That's good!
Marry me with my money.
Blue hair is mine.
E. Yes. You know, it's weird. A lot of these old Phantasy Star, like, arrange albums, they'll have more Phantasy Star 3 music in them than 1 and 2. Which is very jarring to me, because most people go on about how this soundtrack is not as good. But the arrangers clearly disagree. It's very interesting to me. This album is like majority Phantasy Star 3 for whatever reason. Hold on, I gotta click over. Thank you, Goaty, for the raid. Goaty _. Don't forget the underscore. It's like Spider-Man. You gotta use the hyphen. Thank you for the raid. Reese, thank you for the $1.11. Yeah, it's true, Goaty. It's true. I think we're all caught up. Thank you to everybody who has filled the activity feed with a gluttonous amount of watch streaks. Enjoy your free new yen, which you may squander any way you want. Hi, hello, everyone. We're back. We're back in the... Wait, where's my timeline chart? Where's my... There we go. We're in the second generation of the generations of Doom. I gotta boot my game up. You could squander it on a frog race. I'm about to turn the game on, though, so it's gonna be a bit... There we are. Oracle Spectre!
What a wonderful time to have eyes and ears when DNO streams.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Checking save games. Saved games 1 and 2 are fine. Here we are, Ain, level 13. Ain, the even bluer-haired son of blue-haired Reese. As I recall, we were futzing about in the desert because that's where our family and Prince, now King Lyle's family, had fucked off to. Because the worlds that we were inhabiting was besieged and beset by cyborgs. And we're still dealing with this cyborg threat. We rescued Lyle's daughter Taya, so she's on the team. And we've been told to go back to Landon, which is where that's where the game began as Reese. Except up to this point, it was like closed off, so now we gotta get back into it. Coffee Kindred!
I know a.
Thank you. Thank you for the 100 bits. Her little skirt? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Ain just wants to get this done with in the portrait. Yeah, for whatever, Reese and Ain both just look like they're over it before the quest has even begun. They're over it. Trinity, thank you for the 36 whole years. We gotta get back into Landon. Where is my monitor? Should be right around here in these rocks. Somewhere. Should be somewhere in this mess. Got that selfie angle, yeah. Nothing Excess has an infatuation with red-haired women. This is groundbreaking information. The twins' ruby glows and you are inside. We must traverse another science tube. Lots of science tubing in this game. What side of this science tube am I on? I'm on this side. Okay, I see where I am. You blame Iori? Depending on what game you're playing, you could perceive Iori Yagami to be a red-haired woman. That makes perfect sense to me. I've been ambushed! What kind of spells does Taya have? We might want to have a look-see. What do you got? What do you have? Oh, you have all the useful stuff. Give me a Zan. Throw a Zan out there. Who dares? Klaus, thank you for the 54 whole years. We have to move Taya's techs around. We gotta put her all in on Zan if she isn't already. I don't know if I had the foresight to do that yesterday or not. Oh, Mew is on Reaver. Mew is on Reaver and not Girez. Oh, it's because Ain is on Girez. Gotcha. Makes sense. What's up, Koji? Throw some Zans out there. Is Mew a cyborg or an android? Yesn't. Past Dino was on top of it. Thank goodness. Thank goodness yesterday's Dino had some foresight. Oh, he did. He's Taya's on Zan and Girez. Cool. I can't believe it. Ain found a Force Sword. Equip that immediately. Give me that. No, not the Dimate. Force Sword, yes. I think we want to go this way. Between Ren, Rolf, and Alice, who's the superior Phantasy Star hero? The best hero is Kain. Final answer. It's actually Kain. Very good faces on the cover. Well, the timeline, I put that there. That's not part of the box art. That's just for us to keep track of where in these timelines we are. And so we have a vague idea how much game is left. Paranoid Hero, thank you for the 65 whole years. Throw a Zan out in the front row. Yeah, how much money we'll be making will go up hugely the farther in we get. Android bees, we're in the middle of the cyborg menace right now. Everything we're fighting is ostensibly a cyborg. A Force Claw. Equip that immediately. It is marginally better than the Laser Claw. We'll see how much we get done today. We're gonna see if we can bang this all out in 3 streams. It's gonna be... it's gonna get messy. We got a lot to do. So much game and no many time. That's okay, though. I came prepared. Weapons are mostly stat sticks, yeah. Some weapons act differently. Like guns, as they tend to in these Phantasy Star games, they have relatively fixed defense-ignoring damage. Other weapons can cast spells like they do in Phantasy Star 2, but for the most part, yeah, they're just stat sticks. They're back in the Parallax mines we never left. Love how jaunty the music gets as soon as you have a lead. Not Gra. No, no. Not Gra. Zan. And then, tell you what, you throw a Girez out there. 900 XP for fight, yeah. Every time I look, Taya's half dead again. I guess it's because she doesn't have any HP to begin with. Alright, we've made it back to Landon. Would I consider doing Phantasy Star 0 or Universe later down the line? Yes. I can't promise that either of those will happen at any point, but yes, I've thought about it. Big battle.
So, what gen of blue-haired princess is in the cover of the US version of the game?
It's hard to tell because it's from the back. We can't tell which blue-haired anime swordsman is on that cover. Where's the North American box art? I quite enjoy it. I think it's pretty interesting. It's like a guy parrying laser beams on a space staircase. I like it. It's pretty good. But you can't tell who that is. You're looking at him from behind. You need to cast you gotta be a certain shade of blue to cast magic. In this game, it comes down to whether you're Leyan or Orakian. Did we rescue the previous blue-haired guy's wife? We did. That was the conclusion of the first arc of the game. We're playing as his son right now. Where instead of saving anybody from being kidnapped, now we gotta solve this, like, cyborg threat problem. There's a cyborg situation. Yeah, you can rescue Maya and then choose to marry Lena instead. Alright, we've made it back to Reese's hometown of Landon. There appears to be nobody here. And the castle is closed. It's empty as hell in here. Go to the inn. Miu is a cyborg, yes. Miu and Ren will not age because they're not peoples. Save right here. Now, do you remember at the start of the game when we had gotten thrown into the castle dungeon and then Lena busted us out and then we ended up back in town somehow? We have to go backwards through that same route to get into the castle. It's come full circle. I believe that was this house over here. Whatever happened to Lena? Well, we don't know. We're not on that route right now. Back in the Landon Castle dungeon. The treasure chests that we opened as Reese are still open and empty, so we're not going to concern ourselves with those. Yeah, I need more intel on the space staircase. I agree. Yeah, the combination storeroom / dungeon. What do we got here? Another Zan, me lord. Do we even have to, though? Taya's got slicers. We might not even need to. Taya might be better off just attacking. The chest is closed? Yeah, it's because we haven't opened it yet. I hope that clears up any confusion. There's a diamate in here. $349 damage. There's a wild disparity in damage in this game. Some characters will be doing absolute boatloads. Other characters will be doing close to nothing. It's all dependent. An antidote! Is there a metagame to choosing not to open chests to save them for future generations? You could, I suppose. But if you really wanna... You thought I said I cleared out the chests here? Right, so let me explain. This dungeon is bigger than the bit we saw earlier in the game. We're exploring the other bits, which has unopened chests. Do you understand? I put a lot of commas in there just for you. Yo, what's up, Duke? What was I saying, though? If you really want to carry stuff over from one generation to another, though, you just give it to Miu or give it to Ren. Their inventories will carry from gen to gen. So you can kind of use them as storage if there's anything you really want to keep. Is there an RPG with expiration dates on items? Yes, Brave Fencer Musashi has food that can go bad if you don't eat it quick enough. On the other hand, Brave Fencer Musashi also has cheese, which gets better the longer you don't eat it. It's a game full of good ideas. Look Outside has that. I've never heard of it. There's a person over there. There's a person. We gotta go talk to that person. The dog bot. Incredible. It's him. It's Peter Person. Yeah. John Phantasy. Well, the only reason we saw that NPC behind a wall is because we made a beeline for the treasure chest and not the crit path. Which in hindsight was not worth it because it had a monomate in it. What's a punch? Who are you? I am sorry, Lena's daughter and ruler of the country of Landon. I have the power, Topaz, but you won't get it without a fight. Right, because we're technically Layans right now. We're on, like, the Layan part of this, so the Orakians, they're not big fans of us. So we gotta fight for a MacGuffin. Right. Give a Zan to the front row. So Lena also had a daughter while we weren't looking. The person that we did not marry.
Oh, big.
And she's currently the queen of Landon. So where is Lena right now? I guess we'll find out later on. Once we go back that route, I guess we'll see what Lena was up to in the interim. That is a very large woman. Okay, I'll let you use the power, Topaz. But you have to let me come along to guard it. Sari joins the party. Cool. So she joins the team and is immediately, like, the best character. 206 hit points, 211 luck. What do you have equipped? All you have is a knife. Surely I have a better knife around here somewhere. Who's got, like, a knife? You have a forced knife. Here, take this knife. Your boss that joins you still has their boss stats. There you go. I knew I had that knife for a reason. Another Diemate. 200 HP at level 1, yeah. Now we're in Landon Castle properly. Hopefully the door is closed, or hopefully the door is now open. We have the Queen of Landon coming along. This door better be open. Okay. Thank goodness. Back in town. Let's make sure we have some escapipes for the road. And we gotta sell all of our old gear because inventory is clogged with garbage right now. Clean some of this up. The level disparity between characters in this game gets really funny, because the only characters that come with you from generation to generation are Mew and Ren, right? Mew and Ren are the two cyborgs on your team. So their level is always going to be, like, way higher than everybody else is. So it's not uncommon for you to have somebody who's on, like, level 40, and then another person who's on level 1. But because of the way this game works, they're still roughly even strength. It's very strange. Basically, you shouldn't think about levels too hard in this. You really shouldn't. Don't mind me, I'm doing some spring cleaning on some old gear. Because any money that we bring with us into Generation 3, we get to keep. Get rid of this monomate. Thinking too hard about levels, I'm sorry. I'm holding a bunch of monomates. Just get rid of them. Just get rid of these monomates. They're burning a hole in my pocket, and for what? But I've evolved beyond the need for monomates. The level 80 does 30 damage. Your damage is mostly going to be tied to gear. Like, exclusively. Alright. Let's make sure we've got some escapipes. Wait a sec. Who's got escapipes? Anybody? I'm walking around here with no damn escapipes. Okay, Taya has one. Let's buy a few more. You know, wherever the hell the weapon shop is. Could be anywhere. Or the item shop. Never be caught without escapipes. You will cry. If you have to walk back out of a dungeon. I'm gonna give these to Mew and Ren, that way I don't have to buy these later. Oh, dude, I love Lost Odyssey. Mew can't hold anything else. There we go. Give Mew and Ren some escapipes. Lost Odyssey stream? Lost Odyssey is a weird game, because I'll tell you all the time, I'm not like a lore guy, right? Like, I'll be the first person to tell you I'm not like a lore person. However, I do find the best thing in Lost Odyssey to be the short stories that are in the game. They're unbelievably good. Hold on, I gotta shoot somebody. I got him. Bro walked into a Phantasy Star 3 stream like, I don't like this game. Okay, well, I'm sorry, this isn't the stream for you, Buster. Try again next time. You think this game has the best lore of the four? I completely agree. I think that this game has the most interesting lore. 100%, I'm with you on that. We gotta get back to... Do we have to get back to the desert? I think we do. Do I gotta go talk to my family again? We got the power topaz. No, I remember. The power topaz lets us do some stuff in, Okay, I know where we're going. We're back on track. That's a ways away, though. Yeah, just the, like, NPC dialogue from generation to generation, or how the same NPC can give you, like, different lines of dialogue depending on what character is talking to them. It's all very neat. Is this a good title for a series newcomer to try out? Honestly, I would say yeah. I would say that this game's story is largely, but not entirely, self-contained. I will explain what I mean when we get there. You missed some kind of transportation? Stay tuned, friend. Yeah, you could probably play them in any order. For the most part, they don't have much to do with each other.
Welcome to the Fantasy Zone. Get ready.
You might miss a few, like, refs. You might miss a few references, but eh. What's up, Ultimate Mad God? Saga 2? Romancing Saga 2 definitely has, like, emperors and heirs and generations, yeah. Not Saga 2 for the Game Boy, but Romancing Saga 2, yes, certainly. That's a very good game. The remake on Steam is 10 out of 10. This should spit us back out in the desert. Huh? An Amber Alert! Alright, hold on. Alright, we're good. There's an Amber Alert in my area. Don't worry, I'm bolting all of my doors and windows as we speak. Yankufa, thank you for the 3 whole years. Let's make our way to the only town in this portion of the world. I always gotta use my monitor to find it. It's in the middle of this fucking sand pit. Amber Alert, yeah. Some kind of crisis happening in my area. It's not close enough to me for me to have an impact on it. Do these guys have anything new to say? The cyborgs of Hazatak. Your family and friends fled far to the west. They have the Twins Ruby, the key to Landon. No, we've already handled all this. We'll just drop another save here. We probably don't need to spend any more money. Any money that we don't spend now, we get to start with in the next gen. So it's probably wiser in the long run to try and get through this without spending. We should not need to upgrade our gear. Ain is strong enough on his own because he's a damn healer. Where am I going right now? Hold on. I'm consulting cartography. Okay, yeah, we're going the right way. We're almost out of Cyborg Town. Is what I would say, but it'll kind of depend on where we go from here as well. The enemies that you're fighting tend to differ based on where in the conflict between Orakio and Leia you are. 2 save slots would make it tricky, yeah. The only way that you could really do it is if you were to make a save after you beat the game with Reese as either Ain or the other person who we've not seen yet. You'd have to make a save on both of them and then, like, clear any of the Gen 3 stories in one go so that you still have your save, which is not impossible because the Generation 3 routes aren't much longer than a couple hours. The dragon tear glows and you are inside. Yeah, we're in Robot Land. Generation 3 has, for the most part, the shortest parts of the game. And there's going to be a lot of events that we have to do 4 times, because there are 4 of them. Probably the biggest, like, the biggest divergence in story is in Gen 2. Both of the Gen 2 characters have wildly different plot lines going on. And then to some degree they can sync up at the end. Get me out of this science tube. I can't be walking around in science tubes all my life. So now we should be on the easternmost orb? Okay, yeah. The easternmost orb. I believe this is where we can... I think this is where we end this route. For the most part. Get me to a town. Yeah, a distant orb? There's a 4th orb. Which orbs have we seen? Hold on. Let me consult my orbs. So the one we're on right now is called Draconia. I don't know if that's been named in-game by any of the NPCs yet, but that's the one we're on. That's what that's called. Top left is Landon. The bottom desert one is Iridia. And then the top right one is the one that was frozen that we unfroze. I don't know if that one was named in-game at any point. Yeah, Lyle Land. The actual name of that one is Aquatica. Which is strange, because the one we're on has just as much water. Yeah, the monitor is still really good at telling where we are in the world. It's now like 15-year-old tech. It's been inherited from father to son. Did I get a scam likely Amber Alert? It seemed legit. It seemed like a legit Amber Alert. Did Ain get a Pip-Boy? No. Every character has the monitor. It's one of the first things you get. Even as Reese. I've been ambushed. Yeah, it's true. It's like the one item you can't get rid of. That's true. Crimes were committed in the vicinity. Once you have a full party, most of the combat solves itself. Sometimes you'll have to pop a Gi-Res afterwards. When you got like a full party of people with decent like gear, you just hit the go button and they go. You don't even gotta think about it. Yeah, especially if you have guns and slicers. Maybe if we want to cast Zan or something, you mouse over to it. Otherwise, you just hit the button and keep it pushing. What's up, Cynical Razor? Take me to this town. Tekna is also known as the Castle of Power. This Tekna is where we have to go next. Welcome to Endora. Right. What else we got in here? We gotta go to this Tekna place we've just heard about. Any other goons in town? Hey, man. You're a better man than I, Prince Ain. This is the person who unlocked that castle gate for us earlier when we went to rescue Taya. We came back to him with Taya in tow. He's like, oh, dude, you did it. Nice. Yeah, what a guy. What a guy. What a guy. To reach Tekna, go down Cape Dragon Spine and cross over the sea. The engineers live there. So this is load-bearing information. We have to go down Cape Dragon Spine and then cross over the sea. We're looking for these engineers right now. There's two problems with that. We don't know what Cape Dragon Spine is, or at least we're not supposed to. I do, because I've played this before. And we have no means of crossing over the water to reach this Tekna place. But that is okay. Let's just walk there. Yeah, just move the moons around again. Do I have any antidotes? The Doomfly. Do I have any antidotes right now? I do, but they're on, like, Rin and Mew. Oh, there's one. Cool. No, we're not checking any shops. We're gonna keep all of our money for the next gen. You enjoy Taya? What's this ort? Oh, that's great. We got Taya art from Phantasy Star 3? 10 out of 10.
That's good!
How did you doodle that so fast? That's great. It's very cute, yeah. Zanza's art is very good. You should like, comment, and subscribe to Zanza47. Zanza streams every single day at twitch.tv/Zanza47. Tune in tomorrow. I'm pretty sure none of that's real. Thank you, Zanza. Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry, I might have just wrote some checks that you can't cash. I apologize. So if we look at our monitor, Cape Dragonspine is this this bit of land that goes south into the water. Do you see that, like, the island in the, like, middle right, like, center right of this ocean? We gotta go to the bit closest to that, basically. That's Cape Dragonspine. We gotta do a poem as well. Let's wrap up our biz here first, though. What is that? Climb on my back. I'll take you over to Techna. Does this creature look familiar to you, by the way? Look at him go.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's Lyle. It was Lyle on the line. At last I can tell you my long-held secret. I have the power to change into a dragon. Yes, it was I who stole Maya so very long ago. Please don't tell Reese. Guard Taya well, Ain. He used his last ounce of strength and then he died. He was already dying, but now he's dead for real. The triumphant music never stopped to mourn him, so I guess I don't care too much. There he goes. There goes my hero. Welcome to Techna, the castle of power. Yeah, he didn't tell us how to turn into a dragon. It's kind of fucked up. That would have been useful knowledge. That would have been useful tech to have. The main character is dead. Lyle was never the main character. He was like the coolest guy in the room for a little bit. The castle dungeon can take you to Satellite. That's right, that's right. The storyline of Ain's path here is that we're looking for a satellite because we've heard that it's a place of peace that we can all move to because we're being attacked by fucking cyborgs and we gotta leave. Beware, only in Tales is it a place of peace. So we're looking for this satellite so that we can actually live somewhere safe from these damn robots. The cyborgs have taken over our castle. Don't you know, Prince? Satellite is Azura. The satellite's got a name. This plague of cyborgs comes from Satellite. That's a problem. We're trying to get away from those, but there they are. Nobody won the war, Dan fan. Let's go to this castle. Yeah, everyone lost. Nobody wins in this. No, it's not a winning and losing type situation. Hold on, where is my cartography? There we go. And then okay. Hold on, I gotta shoot someone. So many people walking in like, watch this slam dunk, thinking I'm not gonna shoot you. Goofy ass. We got enemies in the castle. It's a struggle, chat room. Every day I fight for my life. As the sole enjoyer of video games. I've been ambushed! I think so, Salakidon, yeah. I think we can redeem the full card for something. Yeah, the generation stamps, exactly. Found a Trimate. Turn it in for a free monomate? That's not gonna be great. Especially in the late game when you got like multiple hundreds of hit points and it heals like 20. That's a dead end. Did I forget to turn on the frog race redeems? Hold on, I got you. Here, I'll turn them on. You can redeem one right now. It's gonna have to wait until we're done with this gen, though. Which we're closer to than you think. We're very close to the end of this particular branch of the storyline. Robo-rappies, dude! Yeah, Sari is pretty sick. I like that she's just abnormally powerful compared to everybody else, too. But she is full-blooded Orakian, so she's got no magic whatsoever. Why is this castle dungeon all high-tech? It's because we're in Techna, you see. I can't explain it any other way. They just named it that and assumed it would make sense, I guess. I can't seem to not get ambushed. Everywhere I go, I'm getting ambushed. That is true. They did spell Phantasy wrong right out the gate. I agree. I think the dungeon track is probably my favorite tune in the game. There's two versions of it too, but I think I prefer the other one. This one's cool. I think I like the other version of this theme a little more. This absolute mess of enemies. What is the one on the top right? What is he, though? He's a flopper, according to... I get it. He's a bunch of floppies, I get it. The orb traffic light? It's a long walk to where we're trying to get. But then this game is largely long walks. Rarely is there a dungeon where the crit path is the shortest one. Usually you gotta do like a gnarly corkscrew around the outside of the joint. Not Reaver, no, Gires. Did Ain Sword someone for 400? Yes! Whenever something doesn't have defense, you can just light them up. But then when things do have defense, that's when the guns are more useful. Because you got the reliable fixed damage. Hello, sir. You are the first of your people to visit us. The Power Topaz proves your courage and worth. You have earned the right to know the truth. It is time for you to see your true world. What do you mean by that, sir? I live on some orbs, I know that much. We're going to space on a spacecraft! A voice speaks. Know your true world at last. It is a giant spaceship built by our ancestors. We don't live on a planet at all. We live on a bunch of orbs on a spaceship. We now approach the craft called Satellite. Yeah, those are the science tubes. As you can see, this is also an ancient spaceship. Cool. Yeah, that explains all the science tubes, doesn't it? We were never on a planet to begin with. It's worth noting at this point that none of the maps, none of the overworld maps, none of them loop. All of them have, you know, rigid borders. And it turns out that was for a very good reason. We live in a bunch of domes. Yeah, they done tubed it all. Yeah, I guess that's a good question. Why is there a why is there a desert orb? Don't worry about it. All will make more sense in due time. We've got about half of the puzzle solved. There's still more going on. But we're not there yet, so I'm not going to talk about it. All will be revealed in Generation 3. So, Crates, thank you for the 76 whole years. Do you have time for a shower for the next lore bomb? We're rapidly approaching the end of this particular leg of the story. So depending on how you look at it, no. Oh, can the tracker see you on the satellite? We're on one of the 2 satellites, which the game calls, like, moons. I guess it's a combination moon satellite. What's my monitor? Can I use it? I can't use my monitor here. Saved another gamer from taking a shower. Don't worry, I got you, dog. I got you. These are the kind of things you run into on a moon satellite, by the way. You run into, like, dynamite heady-looking motherfuckers. How much money do we have right now? We're bringing, like, 45k with us into Gen 3. All we gotta do is get through this bit without spending anything. And we get to keep it all. That's gonna save so much time when it comes time to, like, buy nice things. We're gonna be able to buy it all at once. Take a shot every time a new enemy has one orb. There's always orbs in this game, yeah. The task for this game is hilarious. TAS is... I don't even... For RPGs in particular, It'll be like a 20-hour RPG, and then you see the task is like 30 minutes, and you're like, oh boy. What kind of fuck shit do they do to skip to the end? Yeah, it was like a robot kick girl. RPG tasks scare me. Okay, we probably want to use all of Ain's healing items. Use the ones Ain is holding, because he ain't coming with. Earlier today, the percussion in the battle theme was described to me as somebody furiously clicking a pen, and I really can't unhear it. Yeah, there's lots of broken glass. Broken glass everywhere. People pissing on the stage, you know, they just don't care. It's a robot. Your sprite looks a lot like Ren's sprite, sir. We match. Who are you? Siren. So you found me after all, rabble. Seems that a few rats escaped my cyborg army. I once served Orakio, but Leia forced me here. Then she somehow moved this satellite far away. I've waited 1,000 years for my revenge. Note that Leia moved the satellite away, and what brought those satellites back in? We did that. We did that in Gen 1. This is our fault. He could have been out there in space, and we wouldn't have to worry about it. But Reese had to go and move them damn satellites back. And now we're in this fix.
Man.
Yeah, and I do it again. So Siren is the final boss of Ain's route of the game. The fight itself is not that tough. Like, you'll be fine. If you can get to him, you'll be okay. You just need to throw out some gi reses every so often. Let me drop a sick gi res on you while I continue to beat your ass with all of my weapons. Yeah, the sprite size. He's abnormally tall. He barely fits on screen. Might be a lady? I think it's a robot. So I'm not really going to think about it too hard. You might be right, though. I guess I don't really know. You're a robot. Well, I can't disprove that, I suppose. All you gotta do is throw out some gi reses, you'll be just fine. Although my damage is pretty low, admittedly. I can't, like, hit you very hard, either. I'm thwacking Siren as hard as I can. There we go. You have won but a single battle, Ain. The war is not over yet. I will return one day. Siren disappears. Thus did Prince Ain fulfill his destiny. Imagine that this is like a narrator that this is happening sometime later. Rejoicing, his people moved to the satellite. King Rhys decreed that Ain should marry soon. I guess it's not up to Ain. Two women made known their interest in him. Alright, you can either marry Taya, or you can marry Saori. One of them has punctuation, the other one doesn't. Yeah, you're getting married whether you like it or not, fella. The plot breaks all speed limits. We gotta drop a save state here so that we can easily come back to this point. You can't marry Ren. I know, it's fucked up, right? That's my goat right there. Alright. Let's try... Let's see. I'm thinking about what plot events happen in both, and I'm thinking of which one would make more sense for the viewing experience to do first. And I'm thinking it's this one. Is there a huge difference? Not really, but there are certain plot beats that we haven't learned yet that'll have more of an impact if you do them first. I think we gotta go this route. I choose you, Saori, as my one true love. I accept, but no more quests for you.
I love it!
Thus, Ain became king of the nation of Landon. Saori soon gave birth to a son, Prince Chris. Enemies beset Landon for the next 20 years, but Ain and Saori defended their land without fail. Then came the news that they had long dreaded. Yeah, Prince cries more like... Wait, I gotta update my chart. King Ain! He's King Ain now. A messenger from Azura is here. That's from the satellite moon that we just went to. Wait, update the chart. Update my... Where's my chart? Heh, there we go. We're down there now. I fear that I bring very grim news, Your Majesty. Now Ain has a mustache.
Marry me with my money.
If on this satellite we find two robots with a custodian named Mike or Joel, we should probably run. A fate worse than death approaches.
Thank you, Felly, for the dollary-doo. Siren has returned to exact his vengeance. It's been 20 years, he's back. Siren plans to propel our world into the sun. He found the spaceship controls. He's gonna fly us into the fucking sun, boys! When we were young, your mother and I were shown that our world is really a huge spaceship. Somewhere, there must be someone who can aid you. Find help, or we're all doomed to fiery death. So Chris's portion of this game is us trying not to get flown into the fucking sun. That's the story now. Here's sorry. Defend your people and do not fail them. We got a poem to do, we got a frog race to do. Let me get to a point where I can save my video game.
Good luck.
Chris, you must destroy Siren for good. Then return our ship to its proper course. Where would the spaceship controls to a 7-orbed spaceship be? Where's the cockpit?
See ya.
Pilots can be found in a world past Cetera. Well, that's convenient. To the west is Loon's army of monsters. Who is Loon? I've never met a Loon. We know to go west. Did we start a new season? No, everything till the end of the year is going to be exhibition races that don't really count. Loon, Leia's general, has reappeared after 1,000 years. He's the worst news yet! Uh-oh, we've got a new villain in the ring. I hear that some cyborgs have turned against us. But the money still counts. All the money we got in Gen 2, we got to keep. That's right. So we got a huge head start here. Not to mention, Ren and Mew are still on level 33 because they've been with us the whole time. Let me save my game and we'll do those redeems. The story of Prince Chris. That's true, Chris has a fuck ton of HP. And he's what? Is he 3/4 Laian? Wait, let me think. Reese married Maya, who was Laian, so Ain was half Laian, and then he married Sari, who's full-blooded Orakian. Okay, Chris is like 1/4 Laian. Yeah, we just save right there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I gotta break out the family tree. It's getting confusing. Okay, game is saved. Mute the game. Do the frogs, then we'll do the poem. I gotta press the E button. Place your bets. How's his magic? We'll check after this. If he can cast a healing spell, he's goated. If he can't, he's not as goated. Yeah, Reese handed down his mustache. King Ain has a powerful mustache. Yeah, that's because it had like an hour of messages flying across the screen. It was because I forgot to turn the frog redeem on. So like, it just didn't... How does Treeborn Frog work when... How does Treeborn Frog work when they don't explode? Is he still gonna do the thing? What if he wins? Akuma with motion capture by Ernie Reyes Sr. favored at 37%. 23 on Treeborn Frog. 20 on 3 tiny raccoons in a frog suit. Best of luck, everyone. What do we got? Frog number 3 pulls ahead. 1, 2, and 4 keep the pace. 1, 2, and 3 all close to the line! Akuma wins! Hey! Treeborn Frog doesn't do the thing when he doesn't explode. That's good. Alright, we gotta pay it out to Akuma then. Frog number 3 wins this time. 629,000 new yen given to 11 lucky winners. Congratulations, all 11 of you. My condolences, everybody else. We have a poem as well. Stampede, what do you got to say about this Orakian, Laian, cyborg war and the spaceship, and we're flying into the sun and all that?
Hey, Stampede, how about a poem?
It's nicked at the edges and leans backwards, almost reclining.
Yeah.
Grass grows in tufts near where it enters the earth. Its words are worn with time, and its stained face is drawn long with wear.
He always knows just what to say, I think. I'm not actually sure now that I'm thinking about it.
That's good.
He might not understand spaceships. But yeah, the revelation that we're on a spaceship is only half the the big lore for the game. There's another gigantic lore bomb that we have to get to. And it'll make this whole game make sense. Luna's approaching from far to the west. We gotta get over there. There's a lot of this game that doesn't make sense yet. I don't think we need to buy anything. Is he a dirty blonde or a light shade of green? He's got like it's like a lightish, it's like a brownish blondish. I don't know. I'll tell you what, Chris looks a little bit happier to be here than the previous two, right? Reese, his portrait, he was pissed. Ain, he was pissed. Chris, he looks alright. He doesn't mind. We eagerly await your return. Wait, before we go anywhere, we need to make sure we have escapipes on deck. Ren has 2 escapipes. Mew has 2 escapipes. Did our main character change again? Yes. Yes, they did. That's why these are the generations of doom. So we gotta get to the west. We gotta get to the west now. Let's check our monitor. Now that we fully understand where it is we're living, we can see all 7 of the orbs that make up this spacecraft. We're in the top left one right now, but we have to get to the center left one. Center left is our current destination, so we gotta figure out how to get over there. This bridge in Landon is only here in generations 2 and 3. You cannot use this bridge at the start of the game. Simply doesn't exist. This is Satera, where we've heard about. Loon, whoever he is, clearly attacked this place. The castle's all busted up. There's nobody here. There's nothing for us to interact with here. We're just supposed to look at this and be like, oh, that's kind of fucked up that they did that. Not too unlike the town of Arima, I think, in Phantasy Star 2, where you get there and it's all blown up with dynamite. Holy shit, it's a lizard and a grizzard. Yeah, the scoundrels. They stole the things and kidnapped the people or whatever. We've got different scoundrels now. Some guy named Loon. And what about Siren trying to pilot this spaceship into the sun to kill us all? Much to consider. What spells does Chris have? What do you have? Techniques? Oh, you have, like, the least useful skill set. D-Ban is one of the best moves in Phantasy Star 2, but it's pretty negligible in this game. I think it just, like, protects you from, like, 1 physical attack, and then it goes away or something? Or you, like, cast it on an enemy and then they can't do a physical attack or something? Given how quickly fights tend to be over in this game, it's not very necessary. Chris not having healing magic is kind of a problem, though. He might be the only Gen 3 character without a healing spell. That's fine, we'll make do. Meanwhile, we're gonna keep hoarding our money for just the right moment. Yeah, I'm with you, Incident. This game has fewer spells, and if you ask me, it makes perfect sense, and I'll explain what I mean by that later on. I have a lot of thoughts about this game's overarching storyline. We're going to get into it once we actually understand it. But the techniques in this game, yeah, they don't really... Oh, Mew is on Reaver. I need to put you on Gi-Rez because I don't have healing magic. Right, okay. Is that a mountain? This green bit? Yes. Look at this guy on the left, by the way. It's the gnarliest enemy spread. It's like a distorted mirror man. It's crazy. It's like wavy. It's nuts. I do have Mew. I mean, we always have Mew. Mew never leaves. Mew's on the team all the time. I might have to get back to Landon just to move Mew's spells around. I don't think we're gonna get much done with her techs on Reaver and not on Girez, because if Chris can't heal, Mew needs to heal. So we might have to walk back real quick, but that's okay because fucking Chris is on level 1 anyway. He could use the workout. Mew has been poisoned. I'm absolutely gutted, I'll be honest with you. What's my anti-spell at? Anti's at 9, we hit those. Let's go. Yeah, she stood there next to that lake for 1,000 years, apparently. How do you poison a robot? Well, something about something Snatcher skin cells cancer? Something. I'm sure it's quite similar. Maybe it's a rust, true. Give me back to town. I have to rearrange my moves. Yeah, Snatcher. We're coming up on Snatcher. It's almost Christmas Eve, lads. Yeah, can you believe it? Just a week away. So, we need to move... We need to rearrange Mew's techs. Mostly because Chris's magic is gonna be dog shit. Okay, here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that. The tech house it's empty. This building is empty. We're gonna have to go to the other town. We'll go to the other town. It's fine. We can go chat with the people there, see what they have to say in this timeline anyway. We can get some lore out of it, but we need to rearrange Mew's moves so that she has Girez at its maximum. Yeah, another empty building. They fucking Final Fantasy 2'd me, dude. I've never seen so many empty buildings in my whole life as when I played Final Fantasy 2. You go into a dungeon, every room is empty. And you gotta get into a fight on the way out. It's the Joker's trick. Love that game, though. It's very funny. Welcome to the bustling port city of Yatta. Yeah, you gotta store the extra monsters somewhere. Cyborgs are attacking Orakians! What gives? That's true. We're supposed to have the cyborgs. Someone's directing the monsters and the cyborgs. No Orakian or Leyan can do that. Uh-oh. There's some kind of unified threat now. This isn't simply a war that we're not infighting anymore. There's something new out there. Right. Step 1, Mew, heal, Girez. Thank you. Full stonks into Girez, please. It's not gonna... I don't know if we're ever gonna cast a spell with Chris. Because he's got, like, the least load-bearing of all the possible spells. I'm not too worried about it. Take this bridge. Wait. Yeah, we could probably just go right now, actually. Does the tech box get bigger as she levels up? It sure does. Yes, indeed. Don't mind me, I'm opening a water bottle. These guys have Zan. That's a big problem. Do we need to buy Dimates to proceed? Are Dimates going to be necessary? That heals about 40. And we have like 13 more casts of it. It's going to be... it's probably fine. I've already started walking in the right direction. It's too late now. It's about that point in the game where we need to buy Ren a new gun. We might want to pivot off of the AoE now, because things have, like, hundreds of HP, or at least, like, 100. Did used to crush a water... I could crush the empty water bottle if you want. I just put it on the table over here, but I could crush this. That might be somebody's fetish that I just contributed to. Is this the right way? Yeah, we're going the right way. So true, Mr. Salakidon. 100%.
Oh yeah.
I love the melting mirrored man. This game's enemy sprites are so sick. I can't explain any of them. I don't know why they're here, but they're pretty good. Zigzag down this mountain. It's you in the summer? Yeah. Wasn't Fetish a thing in Snatcher? No. Shadowrun's got a bunch of them, though. Except in that game, it doesn't mean, like, thing you're attracted to. It's more like magical stick that casts magic better. Why those two concepts share a word, I don't know. What side of this am I on? We gotta go down. Yeah, it's like goon. Well, goon is even more than two, like, terms. More than two definitions, because it's also like a hockey term, isn't it? Isn't there like a goon in hockey? What is the function of the hockey goon? He's the enforcer? I see. All of our enemies, they're starting to hit harder, and they have AoE magic now. A ceramic ribbon. I think you already have a force ribbon. Yeah, okay. I don't care for this, we'll just sell that. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. There's three kick girls on the screen. Ooh. It all worked out. Ren, do you have like a tri-mate? Miu, do you have like a tri-mate? Give that to him, and then use a die-mate on yourself. Alright, we're living. I tried to examine a treasure chest. I was one step away, so I took that one step forward, and then I got into a fight. Joker's trick. A laser shot. Well, that's convenient. Is that better than this ceramic shot I have? I mean, it probably is, but I think it only hits one person. Maybe we just hold? I think we hold until we can buy the better thing that hits the entire row. There's only 2 weapons in the game that do that. 2 guns, anyway. I think we just hold for the other gun that hits the full row. Fesh Pins of Blair, yeah. And you find Jeffrey. And you find Jeffrey. And you find Jeffrey. I'm familiar. Uh-oh, I got ambushed? I've been poisoned? It's probably fine. There's a rat, 2 cyborgs, and then 2, like, flower women? Why are you part flower? I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Why are you purple? I'm sorry, that's an even worse question. I'm trying to be better. Welcome to Northern Divisia. Arrived at the town of Divisia. Clip that, cancel him. It's fucking over, dude. It's an unrecoverable situation. I think we probably want to buy some tri-mates right about now. Anyone in this house? Unfurnished house? Yeah, fair enough. Oh, to live in an extremely square, unfurnished house. Enter the castle to reach southern Divisia. A pilot lives beyond the bay past our town. A pilot? I think I need a pilot so that we won't fly into the sun. You don't remember the backgrounds being this scrolly? That's because you haven't played the Japanese version, friend. Sell the ceramic ribbon. The Fish Prince of Bear.
Blub blub growl.
Good. Thank you for the $1, dude. Get rid of all the die-mates we're holding. We don't need die-mates anymore. We're much older now. We're much growner. Alright, let's buy some tri-mates. Real shit. Probably don't need a lot, though. Probably just like a few each. Alright, that's good. Anyone else in this town? No, doesn't look like it. Save game. Always save game in new place. So Divisia has a gimmick that no other town has. True to its name, which would imply division, the castle is in the middle of the two halves of this town. So we gotta cut through here just to get to the other side of it. Is there anybody else in here? This is gonna be a long walk, because there's no enemies here either. It's times like this where you gotta go through a full dungeon with no encounters that you really perceive how slow you walk. Give me that. A trimate. For free? You'd think that because we're, you know, the castle's in the middle, you would simply go to, like... You just cut through, like, the yard. You just cut through the yard to get to the other side of town. No. It's completely blocked off. There's no way to get to the other side of town from here because there's, like, hedges in the way. Where are those hedges? Yeah, you see that? You can't just take the outside. There's a tree there. No. We've got to cut through the dungeon. It's the only way to get to the other side of town. I got a beef with the architect. Real pilots are almost non-existent nowadays. Much knowledge has been lost since they left us. Not to worry, though. Rulak here is still around. Whomst? Welcome to glorious Divisia Town, strangers. Did you know that Ren cyborgs can transform? No, I didn't. That rules. Tell me more. You must find the parts to fly, swim, and dive. My robot can transform? He never told me that. Our ancestors piloted this spaceship long ago. But over the years, much knowledge has been lost. Yeah, can he become a truck? He never told me he could transform. We've been buddies for like 50 years now. He never told me he could transform. You think you know a guy? That's true. I never asked, I guess. That's on me. It feels like a longer walk without the encounters, which is strange. At least there's no enemies here. At least on this route. I can turn into a car, but I don't like it, yeah. That's true. It'd be a hard thing to bring up to your cyborg friend, wouldn't it? Hey man, can you like, you know, can you like transform into like a jet plane? Is that too forward? Can you turn into like a boat? Alright, we've made it to southern Divisia. To reach Aeron, you need Leia's pendant. Our people once piloted this great spaceship. Aeron is rumored to have pilots, even now. Some rebels are in a cave far to the west. The subparts for Ren are also in that cave. Well, that's convenient that you know all this. Use these to find Leia's treasure in Iridia. What the fuck? This is the most load-bearing NPC I've ever seen. He knows everything. He gave me, like, my next 3 objectives. That's nuts. Yeah, but he must have read the guidebook, no doubt. I guess he is old. He has the old man model, so I guess it makes sense that he'd be knowledgeable. He went to game facts, exactly. It's a nightmare to cut through Divisia if you're trying to get anywhere. There is no faster way to get through there. You must go through the dungeon to get to the other side of town. Don't mind me, I'm pulling up helpful cartography. Okay. Oh, he's got a block on his head! It's the top half of a Choaniki man. What happened to the rest of them? Don't answer that.
Oh, big.
Can you go in Gen 3, go back to Reese's castle and meet him? I don't know. Where is he right now? He's probably still in... He's in Seal with Maya, I suppose. We could see what's over there when we are able to conveniently reach it, I suppose. How long did I spend making maps this morning? Don't talk to me. I don't want to talk about it. It was a long time. It was a long time doodling. The Cyclops and the Triclops. That's alright, we got everything we'll need. What we're gonna try to do today, and this is only gonna happen if we fucking schmoove. We're gonna try to beat Chris's story and the other descendant of Ain. We're gonna try to knock out the entire left half of this chart. Today. Here's the Rebel Cave we had heard about. The Rebel Cave to the west that has the subparts for our boy Renstifer. Am I doing PS3 all week? I suspect it'll take 3 streams. If I am correctly estimating the pace. A Force Helm. That's probably worse than what you have, huh? The Force Helm is in fact worse than the Laconian Helm he started with. We don't have to buy Chris a damn thing. He started with really good stuff. Yeah, it's the benefit of having rich parents. Dude! How sick would that mechanic be, though? What if it was a game like this, but how much money you carry over into the next gen determines how, like, well off your children are, so that when you start playing as them, they could already just have sick, nasty shit. Yeah. Dude, you could make your very own, like, Nepo baby. Be huge. It kind of is like Romancing Saga 2. I need Romancing Saga 3 to get that same treatment Romancing Saga 2 did. That way I can see the evolution of the Stonks minigame. That's what I need. I need the Stonks minigame from Romancing Saga 3 back. Yeah, Revenge of the Seven style Romancing Saga 3 would be nasty. That'd be great. I would love to play that. A hunting band. None of these characters can use bands. Okay. Did Chris just do 610 damage? It's getting silly. Yeah, we're playing as a different person. We're playing as the son of Aen, the grandson of Rhys. Found a ceramic gear inside. That goes to Ren, who has nothing equipped on his head at all. There you go, that's like 30 more defense. It is just shapes, yeah. It's nice to have a cave that doesn't have a red floor, though. Like the other two. This one is inexplicably a blue cave. Yeah, color-coded for convenience. Generally speaking, the heirs always inherit the mother's, like, hair color. I think that holds true for just about every route. They let me walk an abnormally long distance without getting into a fight. Chris level 3 while Ren and Mew are on level 38. Yet they're still about evenly matched. Chris is gonna get blue facial hair, but he's got like blondish, brownish hair. That would look really bad. That would not be a good look at all. Eat one of these trimates. I needed to just eat this trimate. Thank you. These things used to be dangerous. towards the end of Gen 1. Absolute pushovers now. Oh, we got the submarine parts! Give those to Ren. You hold on to those. Now Mew is almost dead. Eat another Trimate. A Laser Claw? We've already got a Laser Claw and a Force Claw equipped. We don't need that. And a Laser Sword? Is that better than what you have equipped? You have a Laconian Sword. That's almost certainly not better. Yeah, stick with the one you got. No, your starting gear is too good. Get me out of here. His starting gear is cracked. It's crazy. Unfortunately, we now have to walk back through Divisia. So we gotta cut through the dungeon again. Yeah, they flex their pecs at you. As they rightfully should. Big fan of these starfish. Somebody sent me an image of Mega Starmie, and I did not know what to make of it. Mega Starmie, now you're cooking. The encounter rate seems pretty high on this particular overworld screen. But I guess it makes sense. There's only like one place to go. Of all the maps, of all the orbs that make up this 7-orbed spaceship, this one probably has like the least stuff, well, the second least amount of stuff on it. There's not a whole lot to do here. You got Divisia, and then you got that cave we went to. And about one other thing. I got an ambush. $600 for that. Take that any day of the week. Yeah, the monster designs in this are very goofy. Some of them seem to have, like, wildly different art direction than other ones, too. To the point where it almost seems like some of them were meant to go in, like, different games. Somehow it works, though. It works for this game. Where is the inn? Surely, there it is. I said no to saving! Wish they were better animated. Honestly, I'm happy they're animated at all. I've played too many RPGs where it's like, when it's their turn, they maybe flash black and white. And then the implication of them attacking happens. I'll take what I can get. It's all perspective, really. Here we go. Back through this mess. What's a Lord Michael? That's a big star next to your name. Where do you get that big star? A 100,000 bits? Bro, that's like $10 million. That's crazy. Thank you, though. Alright, we're out. We're out, baby. Do these people have anything new to say? Now that we've gotten our submarine parts for Rin? Eh? No, I don't think they'll have anything new to say. Ancestors piloted this spaceship long ago. The chat has turned to griping all of a sudden. But yeah, we do got a long walk. XSE wants a poem. Let me get to where we're trying to get. And then we'll hear Stampede out. We don't need to be here. We gotta get all the way to the damn desert. No, we're not there yet. It's gonna be a while. Just drink your juice box in the back seat. Can we cut through this way? I don't think we can, actually. No, we gotta go this way. There's so many rats! Well, these are like early game rats. I'm not worried about them. They are poisonous, though, which is a problem. Yeah, is this the fantasy zone? Many people are curious. Yeah, we gotta get up this way. We gotta cut through Landon to get to the desert. I don't think the route that directly connects them, like, works. Yeah, get me up this way. And then this would be where? Where am I? We're at this one. Okay, I gotcha. This way. Actually, you know what? It's gonna be a long walk back. How about we mute the game, and then while I'm walking, we can just do the poem.
Hey, Stampede. How about a poem?
My heart pounds in my chest like it wants to jump out of my mouth. Stinging sweat pours into my eyes where it burns like Nam jail fire. We fight like Mongoose and Rattler, every time like the last. Only one driver drives away.
Thank you, Stampede. That is how it feels sometimes. I don't know in what situation exactly. Anti-spell. E-res. We got an ambush. We got an ambush on the dangerous kick women. This one's already open. I do find it funny that the chests stay open in between generations. Like 15 years pass or whatever, but it's still there. Or it'll still be there unopened if you hadn't opened it. It would be neat if they did a thing where, like, the loot is always roughly at the strength of the generation you're in. Like, if you save chests for later, if you get, like, Gen 3, like, end-game kind of loot from it. Automatically upgrade every monomate in a chest to a trimate if you open it late. That'd be cool, that'd be cool. Yeah, there's gotta be a guy who's just repopulating treasure chests. Yeah, no one used them in a whole generation. Well, I guess people aren't really going through the science tubes because there's monsters out. Get me back towards Landon Town. It's a long walk back, though. That's true. The science tubes are like... they're still holding up. They're full of monsters. And there's some, like, broken glass panes in basically all of them. Because, you know, nobody's there to fix that shit. They're holding up, though. It's a miracle this spaceship is still intact. You have to go a long way with Chris with just 3 party members, I'm realizing. Like, we've had to do a lot without gaining any new party members. Not that we really need them. Ren and Miu are both goated. Yeah, they make sure that Chris has, like, good gear at the start. But it's... Buying equipment in this game always feels kind of awkward. Unless you buy it on Miu and Ren. Buying them gear always feels good because you know they're gonna stick with you always. But if you, like, drop 10 grand on somebody and then... you know, you move on to another generation, you never see them again, it's like... Should I have spent money on them? So that's why we hoarded a bunch of money for this gen. And we'll have it both ways, too. Because that was at the end of Ains' route, so we can do both of those, having started with a shit ton of cash. Yeah, exactly, Rally. You get it, you get it. Yeah, science bees. Note that we're getting a healthy amount of monsters and robots at the same time. They have, in fact, unified against the people. Some kind of way. But who is commanding them? That is the question. They tried to poison someone who's already poisoned. Now he's got, like, heart disease. We've had to circumnavigate this entire, part of the world, by the way. Where are we right now? I know we're on Landon, but where in Landon? Yeah, so we're on the top left orb. We started at the bottom left corner-ish, and now we gotta go all the way to the right side of this orb to go down into the desert in the middle. It's one of the longest walks in the game. Not G-Riz. No. Anti. Cast anti. Someone's poisoned. There you go. Take a pit stop in Yatta before we go. There's purple rappies. Nothing XS has fallen in love with a cyborg. Find out if Reese is still grounded. You go to the Landon, like, castle dungeon. He's still there. Who's even in Yatta right now? Oh, no, we've been here. Wait. We should go to the other town. There's another town around here. There's, like, the town of Elan or whatever. We should see what they gotta say about us flying into the fucking sun. We gotta get more lore. Talk to the people. Skepsipole, thank you for the 51 whole years. Can you be Polly in this game? I don't think that's how. There's 5 of them now. They're multiplying. Here we are. Welcome to the island village of Elan. Who's here? What have y'all got to say about our impending fiery doom as we're tossed into the sun? Eh? Nothing makes sense. The world has gone crazy. Tell me about it. Cyborgs battle Orakians. Monsters fight Layans. Mass hysteria. That's the only guy in town, huh? That's the only person to talk to? It's just mass hysteria, man? Fair enough. It is kind of a chessboard kind of a town. Get me out of here. We gotta make another trek back into the desert. And then we gotta go through one more science tube, and then we can make some real progress. We're almost there. Most of the walking is over. Hold on, there's overwhelming negative energy in my chat room. Shoot all of them. There we go. Let's see, where's the right map here? I gotta pull up my maps again. This goes to here. That goes to this one. There we go. That's what I'm saying, Goaty. I said it at the start of the playthrough. I said if you dunk on this game, you die. I wasn't joking. I was dead serious. Fucking try me. I think we can just walk in a straight line to get out of this science tube. We just walk straight all the way to the end. We got 4,600 experience for that! Yeah, it's the kicky leg dungeon. There's lots of kicking robot women. Also harpies? That's my New Year's resolution for the most part, is to make my stream a hostile environment for negative energy. Rather than tolerating it, I'm just gonna shoot him. And it's gonna be so funny. I'm gonna make this unhostile. I'm gonna make this very hostile for, like, for video game haters. I'm gonna have so many trapdoors installed. I'm gonna have a moat full of alligators. It's gonna be sick.
I love it!
Yeah, we're on Gen 3 now, Mike. One of the 4 characters of the 3rd gen. Gen 3 and Parasect. I don't know. I haven't really played any of them. Was Fire Red Gen 3? I guess it's like a Gen 1 game. I think that one had Parasect, surely. That's a fucking dinosaur, by the way. That's Vertigo from Primal Rage. I can't help but notice Miyu is dead. I don't know what happened. She just perished. Your Reaver spell is at 1? We've got the lowest possible chance of hitting this revive, but we hit those. Never had a single doubt. That's right. Human visitors are rare in the town of Hazatak. Journey southeast to see an amazing whirlpool. To explore the whirlpool southeast of Hazatak, first find the subparts for your Ren cyborg. I'm way ahead of you. Way ahead of you, Buster. Turned it into Gamba, yeah. We kind of need the backseating NPCs in this game because quite frequently the, like, trigger to progress is talking to the person who knows stuff. So, like, for example, when we had to rescue Taya from that castle, you have to talk to that guy who says, hey, I unlocked the door. Like, you have to. Quite frequently, the NPCs are the progress triggers. So we gotta walk into the water right about here, where we use our submarine parts where Ren turns into a submarine! Let's see where this passage goes. This is a world within the world of Iridia.
Oh, big.
He's a submarine now, by the way. Can he fight as a submarine? I don't think he can. What moves would you get? I guess he could get, like, torpedoes. That'd be pretty good. This is the wrong way. Yeah, in Phantasy Star 4, if you hit level 99, it, like, rolls over weird, and it knocks you down to, like, level 29. It kind of doesn't matter, though, because the game is not... You're never going to get anywhere close unless you're going out of your way to grind. We have protected Leia for over 1,000 years. Cryogenic sleep has kept her alive since the war. This princess is Leia's younger sister. Strangely enough, she is also named Leia. Well, that's convenient. Leia entrusted the future to her sister. Mistoke on Frigidia holds a key to truth. Write that down. Return to the desert and go southwest with Leia. The portal to Mistoke awaits you there. Write all that down. Write all that down. Hello, miss. I was very young when Leia fought Orakio. Nice blue, like, aura, by the way. She's got, like, a blue aura. She left with a knight who wore a black sword. I'm sorry, wore it? I must know the truth. Please take me along. Leia joins your party. Yeah, Leia, descendant of Leia. Yes, relation. So she's on level 1, which is a huge problem, clearly. I need you to gain approximately 1,000 levels. I need to get into, like, a fight or two so that she does not just die in one fucking hit. I think she gets healing magic, though. So we might want to move her tech tree towards Gi-Rez as well. Ren turns into a submarine! I like that we thought that was a river this whole time, when really it's like a crack in the earth that leads to, like, Leia Zone. Where's the tech house? Here we go. What kind of techs do you got, Goral? You have healing techs. That's all I needed to see. Full stonks into Gi-Rez, please. Yeah, there's like, it's a double-sided dome. Could you imagine? It'd probably save right here. Spamming chat every time Ren transforms. I fully authorize it. Okay, before we do anything, we need to get Leia out of the danger zone. 18 hit points is not gonna cut it. Give me, like, one good fight so that she can gain 10,000 levels, and then we'll be ripe as rain. Overworld music has updated. I need, like, something decent. Is it EXP weighing towards one thing? No, it's you're actually deciding which of your spells to be better at casting. She's on level 10. She gained 9 levels that fight. Let's go back into town. She gained 9 levels. That was quick.
And yo, Merry Christmas.
An anonymous gifter gifted Goaty a sub. Who? You can't do that. That's not authorized. You can't allow Goaty to thrive. It's gonna go right to his head, dude. Goaty has like a long-running bit where he's been subbed for like a year. No, 29 months! He's never paid for it once! He can't keep getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with it, folks. It's really funny, though. That's true. Clearly he can. In some ways it's more impressive than being like in some ways it's more impressive than having like the founder's badge or whatever. Leia's dead. I took 2 steps outside. I need to scoop her off the ground before we continue. Wait. Hold on, what's my Reaver at? Reaver is at 3. You can revive yourself, surely. We hit those. We don't hit those, but watch this. Alright, but this time for sure. Okay, but this time for sure, though. Never had a single doubt. First try. It's just that easy. She leveled up again. Now she's on level 15. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Alpha Core. Hope you have a good day. She just levels up really fast. I mean, she's been sleeping for like 1,000 years. So maybe she just gets caught back up. Yeah, the levels, you can't even like look at the levels in this game and make any sense of it. Like, the levels don't matter so much as your gear does. As long as you've got like good gear and a good like tech distribution, you'll be fine. Because Chris is on level 5 and he hits harder than anyone on the team. It's like, none of this matters. Don't think about it too hard. Yeah, Ren is on level 41 because he's been with us this whole time. It took the entire team's coordinated attacks to kill that bee. Suspiciously Marth-looking fellow on the cover art. That's my boy Reese. That's my boy Prince Reese, now King Reese. Wait, is he even a king at this point? If we're in the 3rd generation of heroes, is he still the king? Surely he's retired by now. He's like an old man. What if we talk to him again and he's got like a full goatee? He's over 50, he's dead. What's the age that like anime characters become like old men? Is it like 35? It starts real early, I know that. 19, yeah. He's 1 foot in the grave already. It's like, damn. Orin was like 30. Was he? That can't be right. Orin has to be like a 48-year-old man. Give or take a few, like, 100 years. Is a pink guy okay? This ain't about him. Don't worry about it. No, Reese would be in Seal because we married Maya. We would have stayed in Landon if we had married Lena, but we did not. The mystery star glows and you are inside. So this will take us to the ice world, Frigidia. Although we do have to go through another science tube, which I need to pull up my cartography for. There we go. Don't wiggle your sword at me. Don't. Not 2 streams in a row. We got sword wigglers. Not again. When is the entirety of PSO? I'll get right on that, Zanfil. That should be pretty easy, I think. We only have like a decade's worth of content to get through. You're coming right up. I'll get on that. Warframe? I've never played Warframe. I have sat in on my friend playing Warframe. Phantasy Star Gaiden? I did see Goaty play that, I think. I have not played it myself, but I probably should. We found a ceramic bow inside. Is that better than the bow you have equipped, Leia? Leia has Leia's bow equipped. Right. Who has... I'm holding so much shit I need to sell. Ceramic bow. Surely that's not better than Leia's bow. It's your bow. It actually is better. That's hilarious. Okay, well... Yeah, the ceramic weapons are in basically all of the original Phantasy Star series. All of them have ceramic weaponry. When's Destiny 2? I haven't even played Destiny 1. I found a Force Staff. I don't think any of these characters can use staves. They do kind of got their booty butts out. You're not wrong. Butt armor. Have you ever played Last Remnant? The main character has a butt cape. I've never seen a game where a character had a butt cape. Was a Blaze Master. You had a bad double shift? I'm sorry to hear that, friend. I got you. We'll be here for a while. Don't worry, you're with me today. There's fireballs in the snow. Blue guys, how you feel when you wake up? Yeah, same. Disco Elysium emotion, yeah. That's how, the blue guy, that's how I feel when I feel like I have to sneeze, and then I'm about to sneeze, and then it goes away. That's that emotion he's conveying. That's a big woman, yeah, that's a large lass. I shot her dead in the streets. I'm sorry to say. Yeah, this guy definitely has the face of, like, I was about to sneeze and then I couldn't sneeze. Where you just feel it in your face, and it can't go anywhere. We've got to take a long walk through one more world. We gotta take a trip through this icy landscape to get to this Mistoke we've heard about. Oh yeah, they did take Last Remnant off of Steam, didn't they? I guess I should be thankful then, because I still have it. Like, they don't take it from you if you already have it, right? I should still have it. That's annoying, though, if they got rid of it and didn't even put up, like, the other one. Everyone in this game is attractive. It's very irresponsible. That's all I hear when people talk about Hades. I couldn't tell you one thing about the gameplay of Hades, but I could tell you all of my friends' opinions on every character. Hold on, I gotta shoot SK. He came in here with negative energy. Hold on, I gotta shoot him immediately. I'm sorry, SK. I'm sorry, it had to be done. I got a thing going on. There's another woman. There's so many women in the snow in this game. Yeah, that one had an orb. Where can you legally play Infinite Undiscovery? You're gonna have to excavate your Xbox 360 from the closet. You're gonna have to dust it off like a dusty tome. Lay it sideways, you gotta blow on it. I went through so many 360s. I love the Xbox 360's video game library. I think I had some of the most fun in my life playing Xbox 360 games. And I'm a little biased because Marvel 3 is one of them. However, the actual console, I went through so many of them, and it's not like I was rough with it. They just fucking stop working whenever they want. I love the games on it, though. I think the 360 is great. I just think that the hardware had some problems. I had one of them, one of my Xbox 360s, the disc tray, You know how you hit the little disc tray button and it slides out? It wouldn't open. You hit the button and just the disc tray won't open unless you specifically hold it like diagonally at a precise angle. So you gotta lean the damn thing crooked up against like a shelf so that it works, and it's like, okay. All that being said, it does have Marvel vs. Capcom 3 on it, which is my favorite fighting game of all time. So you gotta take the bad with the good, I guess is what I'm saying. Blue Dragon bricked your 360? Fuck, dude. I love Blue Dragon. It's an interactive feature. I've never had, like, any problems with any other consoles I had. For the most part, I just play stuff on my computer now, that's fine with me, that works. Man. But I went through so many damn 360s, I don't know why. Where are we now? At last, we have waited centuries for Leia's kin to reach Mistoke, the Castle of Silence. Much will be revealed within Mistoke Castle. Use the Leia pendant to hear Leia's final words, then journey to Aeron, south of Divisia. Write that down, chat. Hurry! Enter the castle! Okay, you got it. Hold on, let me save first. Which one? Danny, write all that down. Write down that whole conversation. Word for word, verbatim. You can do it, I believe in you. How's our gear looking? Is there anything we need to buy? Everyone's doing pretty good. Your damage is kind of low. I don't suppose there's conveniently like a better bow I can purchase for you here. Yeah, Avatar Fighter Online is pretty cool. If we're talking Xbox Live Arcade games, my, like, teenage broke ass really didn't have that many. I did have Streets of Fury. I liked Heavy Weapon a lot. That game's fun. There is a laser bow. Buy the laser bow. Artemis, thank you for the 1,701 whole years. Laser bow. That's only marginally better. That was probably not worth the money we spent. That was probably not worth what we spent on it. That's okay. That's fine. Is she level 32? She levels up faster than everybody else. She's gonna be on, like, level 800 by the time we're through. We gotta go to the Mistoke Castle. Before I do anything, do I have escapipes? Okay, I do. If those staircases are any indication, this place can be a nightmare to navigate. Don't worry, I've taken copious notes. We're gonna crit path all the way to the end. Robo-Man. There's a lot of different enemy sprites. I feel like by quantity, there's gotta be way more than there is in Phantasy Star 2. Phantasy Star 2 has a lot of palette swaps. They're better animated in that game, and they have, like, default animations and attack animations, but I feel like this game has more of them. Everywhere you go, you're seeing some new shit you hadn't seen, like, anywhere prior. It's very cool. Mew's almost dead. We're getting to that part of the game where we need to be purchasing. I'm holding on to 114,000 bucks. We're getting close to the point we need to be spending this. But we're trying to reach a specific town to do so. There's one load-bearing town where all the magic happens. Yeah, the Guts bunnies are like... That's the one that everybody like remembers when it comes to enemies in the second game. And I can't blame you, it's extremely memorable. Goaty's got an emote of it. It's pretty gnarly. Probably a stupid question. Can I just walk over this? Oh, huge. Yeah, the money's burning a hole in your pocket. Phantasy Star is kind of weird because you don't frequently have to make gear upgrades. The meta of Phantasy Star, like these first ones, is usually that healing is so easy to purchase via like trimates that don't even cost that much that you can power through just about anything just by bringing enough with you. And so you can hold your money for like more worthwhile upgrades as opposed to many small incremental ones. Or you could just cast Gi-Rez a bunch like in this game. Yeah, that one fight alone gives you 1,400 bucks. That's almost 3 whole trimates. At this point, that's nearly a full party heal. Now we gotta do some stairs memes. We're channeling our Phantasy Star 2 with this one. You gotta have in one meme dungeon, huh? Can't help it. What a thrill. No, thankfully it's just the one. You have the castle on top and then the dungeon on the bottom. I'm very thankful it's not a teleporter maze. Although Phantasy Star took that to its or Phantasy Star 2 took it to its logical extreme. You have stairs mazes, teleporter mazes, you got mazes where you gotta fall in holes. And the entire time the dungeon is obscured by like foreground pipes and fog. It's just to make it even harder to tell what you're doing. There is one upside to combat being a lot faster. It's easier to remember where the hell you were going. One of the things that can happen to you in Phantasy Star 2 is, like, you'll have spent so long in one encounter that when you get out of the encounter, you don't even know what direction you were walking in anymore. Miu found the Leia pendant inside. Give Leia the Leia pendant. And then use the Leia pendant. A voice rings out for all of you to hear. Sister, it is time for you to know the truth. Though Orakio and I have fought for many years, we finally realize that we have been deceived. An evil force from times beyond legend is using us to satisfy its desire for pain and suffering. We're joining forces to fight against this ancient evil. In case we never return, I leave you the pendant. You'll hear this when you're ready. Goodbye. We're not at war anymore. They got over it. Yeah, some kind of dark force, TM? You will be tested within the... No, I've already done this. I already got Leia's pendant. I'm sorry. I've already done this. I mean, we already knew the war was over. Because people are talking about, like, oh shit, the Orakians and the Leians, they're both getting just assaulted by the cyborgs and the monsters that they were supposed to employ against each other. Don't mind me, I'm perceiving cartography again. Okay. Nope, not that way. We gotta make another long trip all the way around this icy lake. No relation to the Mr. Bones level of the same name. Giant woman, why do you not have underwear? Well, by this guy, he's not wearing anything. I guess it's fine. He's aerodynamic. Giant clothes have to be expensive, no doubt. It's gotta be tough if you're like 8 feet tall and you need like size 30 shoes. You're not gonna find those in a store. That's a problem. We gotta walk all the way around this away. A lot of these monsters are conventionally attractive women. They're evil, though, Zanfil. Look at this one. They're green. They're green, so they're evil. I'm sorry if there's any green people in chat. I didn't mean that. I'm hurt to the core. I'm trying to delete the post. Deleting the post as we speak. Does that make Shrek evil? I think so. Isn't that what the movie was about? I don't remember. I didn't see it. Piccolo green. Piccolo was evil once! And then he died and then he wasn't evil. He got punched and then he like spit out an egg or something. Yeah. This all makes sense. Ow. I don't want to get ambushed here. These enemies are actually pretty strong. You don't remember that? I think that happened in Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z. I have a question for every European in chat. Do you call it Dragon Ball Z? Yes, no, I don't know. Okay. Results are inconclusive. Need more data. Just ask the Canadians. Do Canadians do Z? I'm sorry. I'm uncultured. I'm not worldly. So, up to this point, we've had to use science tubes to traverse from domed world on this spaceship to domed world, right? We learned in the previous generation, we learned in Aim's generation that this whole game takes place, we live on a 7-orbed spaceship. And up to this point, we've had to use tubes to get from orb to orb. However, now that we have Leia's Pendant, we can use these shrines, which are all over the map, to simply warp from one place to another. Leia's Pendant glows and darkness envelops you. We can use these to get around now. It'll be much faster. We don't have to go through science tubes anymore. Yeah, we can warp with Leia's Pendant. It's very good. The Choaniki men are back. Here we are. Welcome to Aeron, the last home of the pilots. East on this path leads to the moon, Dahlia. There are 2 satellite moons. We've already been to one of them, Azura. We can reach the other one from here. Siren has made our world veer toward the sun. We'll all die unless we change our course soon. Yeah, tell me about it. How many? I have an escapipe. I got 2 escapipes. We're fine. I need to sell some of this garbage I'm holding. Why am I holding all this shit? It's called Dragon Ball, but there are several Dragon Balls. It's fucked up when you think about it. It's called One Piece, but like, that's not, surely it's gotta be multiple pieces. That's how pieces work. And don't even get me started on what Bleach is about. I've never seen them do laundry. I gotta sell a bunch of this shit. Keep the sub parts. Well, I don't think they'll let us sell it anyway. Sell the ceramic bow. Dude, what if Bleach was about competitive laundry, though? What if it was nothing excess? What if somebody... What if... what if the main character of Bleach learned, like, an ultimate clothes cleaning, like, bloodline technique that he learned from his father before he died? And, like, nobody else knows how to do it, so he wins the clothes cleaning, like, tournament. That'd be sick. I would watch that. Okay, there's nothing out this way. What's in this house? House looks empty to me, lads. Alright, fair enough. What did the person say? This is important information. East on this path leads to the moon Dahlia. This will lead to the other satellite moon. They just say to go east on this path. And you might be wondering, what do you mean just go east on this path? There's nothing there. Right? You fool. You buffoon. It's actually right here. What are you talking about? We are, Kiki. We're in Gen 3 right now. There's the other spacecraft. That'll get us to the other satellite moon. This one's Orpal. Be warned, strangers. Loon is very depressed. Right. We did hear about Loon. We heard how he wrecked a town earlier. Down the stairs are the arrow parts for the Wren. Use them to reach the Sky City on Frigidia. There you may find the strength to combat evil. The arrow parts for the Wren are in the dungeon. Right. Hello. Who are you? Kara. Father's too weak to fight. I must do it. Father, please lend me your loon slicer. Kara joins the party. Who are you, though? Welcome aboard. Also, who are you? Thank you. We have a full team now. She just showed up. I am Loon. I once fought in Leia's army. Orakio banished me here almost 1,000 years ago. The same he did for, Siren, I suppose. For centuries, I bided my time in cryogenic sleep. I recently awoke and decided to take revenge. But I now regret the trouble I've caused. Well, at least he got over it. Good on him. I am Alair, Loon's sister. I've also been frozen in a cryogenic pod for 1,000 years. When I woke up, I was kidnapped by Orakians. Of course, that made my brother more furious. Yes, we were the ones who destroyed Cetera. But we're not behind the recent monster attacks. We hope you can forgive us for our past errors. So all of that shit that they're talking about is on a route that is not this one. That entire, the Loon arc, where we gotta deal with Loon and all that, we'll get there. We've arrived at the tail end of it where it's already been dealt with. Force gear, force crown. Can you use this? The force gear, that should be for Ren. Yeah, it's more of a tease for the other route. You cannot wear the force crown. Can Leia wear it? Eh? Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, I love the UI. The completely, like, incomprehensible buttons. Although, to be fair, it's not that much less comprehensible than the ones in Phantasy Star 2, because they had to truncate words down to, like, 3 characters. So you still can't even tell what shit is. We're leveling up rapidly. Yeah, the winding key is pretty good. We're gonna take a long route this way. Yeah, no foreground pipes to worry about. You do got, like, the rainbow LEDs down there. 3 snails, a robot, and then a fish, shark, bat, lion, and then another one that's a different color. Is that the guy from Altered Beast? You know what? Kinda. Did we ever do a first-person dungeon crawler on stream? I have only played a few. I mean, technically Phantasy Star 1 is one of them. But if you're talking like ones that would require hand mapping, no, I'm too scared. I'm too scared, man. Can't do it. I can't help but notice the screen is positively full of enemies. We'll get to wizardry at some point, don't you worry. That's very much on the to-do list. My thing is that I try to do right by the RPGs that I stream. I try to do as much justice to them as I can. And that would require a lot of homework in wizardry's case.
Ollie!
He's still using that shotgun from Gen 1. We're basically at the point where we can upgrade to the other one. There are only 2 guns that hit an entire row in the entire game. Only 2. And we still have not gotten to the point that has the other one. Okay, we got some new armor. Laconian Band, I don't know who can use that on this team. Laconian Gear is Ren. Oh, you use bands. There we go. Excellent. If you ask me, all MS-DOS games are wizardry. That's wildly incorrect, but I can't really refute you scientifically. I know that to be wrong, but I can't prove that it's wrong. So it might be right. That's true, Almacia. The spread shot like guns are consistently good the whole way through. Ren can get stronger like single target guns, but I find that it's just not. I would rather have the spread damage. How does MS-DOS even run a game? Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes no matter what you put the cycles at in DOSBox, the games still just don't. You gotta take the longest walk around this joint to get to the thing that we're actually after. That's true of many dungeons in this game. But that's something you gotta be used to if you play any Phantasy Star. Basically all of them do that. Anti didn't work, do it again. I can't cure this poison. 3 casts at level 11 and I can't hit this poison? There we go. What the hell? I've never seen a cold streak like that before. That's why we pay Ren the big bucks, baby. Nuke that whole front row. I can't help but notice that it's 5 p.m. and it's like pitch black outside. It's not even winter yet. Here we are. We found the arrow parts we were after. It is winter? What's the first day of winter? I thought it hadn't happened yet. Get me out of here. It's the 21st? Alright, so I can shoot him is what you're saying. Here I go. I've done it. Was that the last set of parts? No, no, no. It was always December 1st? I don't think that's right. Maybe not, I don't know. The solstice is the 21st. The first day of astronomical winter. I see, I see. I'm gonna shoot him again. Yeah, we got one more. We got more parts to get. But for now, we're done. We can use the arrow parts that we just got. Winter experts. Spect all of my points into winter. Get me out of here. Get me out of this hangar. Get me out of this invisible hangar. What is winter? Is it real or a construct of society? Winter is when it's cold out. And winter ends when it warm. At least those are the notes I've gotten. We can get rid of this gear. I love the idea of a guy that takes, like, copious notes down to extremely minute details about, like, video games and stuff. Like I tend to do. You can't see any of my notes, but I'm looking at, like, so many notes as I'm going through this. And then you just get asked, like, a normal question, and you just completely blank. I didn't put any points into this information. I got no fucking clue. Yo, what's up, Mr. Radon? Case in point, on the Mr. Radon stream, I was taking more notes. And then I had my game muted. Mr. Radon and the chat room were getting into it over what second person is. And by the end of it, I felt like I had crossed through time and space. Like my brain grew 3 sizes that day. Alright, now that we have the arrow parts for Ren, you know these airstrips we've been seeing around the map? All along, these have been totally functional Ren transformation into a plane points. He can fly now. Look at him go. Look at my boy. Where am I going with this? Where are we going? We need to go back into Snow World. Where's the best place to do that? We gotta go here. I think this is our warp zone. But we can't fly right to it. We can only land at the airstrips. Where do the other party members sit? Don't worry about it. There are many, not many, there are several places that we can only get to by flying. And flying in general will always allow us to get closer to these warp zones. They took a short break and we're flying? Yeah. The pacing in this game is breakneck. Yeah, this game moves pretty quick. In stark contrast to how slow your characters move. The actual plot goes 1,000 miles per second. It's time to visit. It's time to visit the most important location in the entire game. Not just because it's the place where we're finally going to spend all this money we're holding, but also because it's the one location that actually explains what this video game is really about. Warp is 2-way? Yeah, you can't choose which, like, shrine to go to. Each shrine has a connecting shrine. Yeah, we're going to the boot shop. Yeah, they're to save you from going through science tubes. If you've played any of the first 2 games, the one conclusion that you'll draw while playing this is that nothing seems to have any bearing on what came before. You know, we're on this, like, 7-orbed spaceship. What the hell is this about? Where's the other solar system? We're about to get some answers. It's a town you can only fly to. Yeah, Ren was a plane and a boat and a submarine all along. We've got some old wise men here. Yeah, Ren is a lot of things. He can just transform into shit. The people of New Mota keep our past alive. Mota, obviously what they called Motavia in the second game. The others here can tell you much about our past. Let's do that. Let's hear about our past. Tell me how this game relates to those 2 games. Because there seems to be a large disconnect. We are the keepers of our people's history. For 1,000 years we have kept the past alive. Listen well and you will hear of our plight. We are the descendants of the people of Palm. a planet that once circled the distant star Algol. Palm was destroyed by an evil being that haunts us every 1,000 years, bringing death and ruin. This evil incarnate is known as Dark Force. So, as you know, Palma got destroyed in Phantasy Star 2 when the satellite that we were imprisoned on slammed into it. That's all accurate. The people of Palma were thinkers and creators. They knew of the plans made by the evil being. When the vile Dark Force stirred 1,000 years ago, preparations were made to escape from Palma. Our ancestors built a fleet of 400 spaceships. Oh, shit! There it goes. This armada escaped the destruction of Palma and set off into space to find a new homeland. Our ancestors thought they had at last escaped from the clutches of the undying Master of Evil, but Dark Force managed to slip aboard a ship. It destroyed all but one of our sister ships, before Orakio and Leia trapped it on Alyssa 3. Now there's only 2 ships left of our fleet. Our ship, the Alyssa 3, and the Neopalm. So, to summarize what's really going on in this video game, we've been flying through space on an escape pod, basically, for so long, for so many generations, through so much warring, infighting, that these people, all these Pullmans flying through space, they forgot. They don't even remember. They don't remember who they were or what they were doing. They were so lost in the sauce, fighting themselves, that they forgot. It's crazy. It's bonkers, dude. I love it. It's the most interesting lore dump in the entire series. That's why everything is so strange in this game. That's why it's so disconnected. Of course it's disconnected. We're flying to God knows where in space.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Step 1, buy the Pulse Vulcan for Ren. It feels strange to hear me praise lore. I love it, though. It's so good in this game. Yeah, we gotta give away this money we've been holding on to. It's, like, unbelievably cool to me. It's so interesting because everything else that's weird about this game makes more sense in that context. Like, why nothing that anybody does or says has anything to do with anything we had seen prior. Why even, like, the magic system seems kind of, like, neutered a little bit, because it's already been established, like, we're losing recipes, dude. They don't remember how to fly. They don't remember who they are. It stands to reason they'd probably forget how to do, like, magic, too. Now, obviously, most of this is just this game had less time and money put into it. But you could easily explain all of it by, like... That's how lost in the sauce we were. Okay, the Protector goes to Ren. The armor goes to Chris. The vest goes to Miu. And I don't remember who gets... I don't remember who gets what of these. Do you get the robe? No. You get the robe. It's really cool. It's really cool. I think it's the most interesting story in the whole series. I'll never shut up about it. Yeah, you got this, like, whole conflict between the, like, Orakians and the Layans. And it's like all of them forgot that they were Pullmans that were supposed to be on the same team. We have 1,000 things to sell. We should be able to buy the Fib, the Lacan Fib. There we go. Now everybody's got their best armor. We shouldn't have to make any other gear purchases. The rest of the game should be pretty simple. We're actually going to be able to fly through a lot of this, too. I don't suppose I can save here. How many escapipes do I have? Just one? That's fine. I only need one. A platformer with a similar theme. Yeah, I think it's really cool. Because it kind of evokes, like... Think about how many things that you know to be a fact. And the only way that you know this is because you've been told this by what we believe to be, like, a reliable source, for example. But it's some shit that, like, happened, like, 2,000 years ago. And how do we really know? That's the kind of shit that this, like, storyline gets me thinking about. And yeah, now that we can fly, we can easily see that every world is, you know, a rigid, like, circular dome, right? None of the worlds in this game loop. They're all in these, like, mountainous domes. Which it all makes perfect sense in hindsight. Cool transformation, yeah. We gotta go here. We gotta go to this floating town. There's one more load-bearing thing we need. We welcome you to the Castle of Skyhaven. My masters have waited centuries for you. Yeah, the Earth is flat in this game. No shot, dude. Why's the town drift around? It fucking windy. Is it windy? Do they have wind in a glass dome? Much to consider. But yeah, it perfectly explains everything, like the science tubes. I guess it would have to, yeah, that's a good point. It's one of my favorite revelations in any video game. The way that this game connects itself to the previous. Because, like, what do we even do from here? Siren is trying to steer our spaceship into the sun. Are we focused on that? I guess we gotta be. Do we go back to the original mission? Do we try and figure out somewhere to settle? Like a new planet? The ultimate evil dwells on a floating city in the barren wastelands of a dome named Terminus. Terminus is the only orb we have not been to yet. A word of ultimate power has been lost for ages. This name can empower the weapons of legend. The ancient heroes used the legendary weapons. These are Orakio's sword, Mion's claw, Siren's shot, Leia's bow, and Lune's slicer. We already have 2 of those. The name of power can be learned on Sage Isle, in Draconia, the world of Old Seal and Shusoran. Our dungeon holds the Aqua Parts for Ren! These will enable you to wrest Orakio's sword from its watery tomb and to visit Sage Isle. To discover the lost name, You must first find all 5 weapons of ancient legend. I'm working on it. The word of power is Pargon. No, it's not. Could you imagine if it was something really silly? If Siren wants to kill everyone and has control of the ship, couldn't they turn it off? I guess so, yeah. Where are the controls of the ship? Where is the cockpit of this planet we're, like, flying on right now? I didn't see a cockpit. And how do you fly a spaceship? What kind of, like, Zap Brannigan bullshit? She's built like a steakhouse, but handles like a bistro. Yeah, giant orbs. It's a deep cut. I love Zap Brannigan. Zap Brannigan is a terrible person, right? He's absolutely my favorite character on Futurama. He's irredeemably awful. I love him. We're probably gonna need to buy another... We're probably gonna need to buy another Escapipe. We got no Escapipes. Where am I right now? Hold on. I'm looking in me charts. Okay. Yeah, okay. No, we went the right way. Just making sure. Yeah, Champagne. He's my favorite too, Evil Power steals on. There are other treasures here, but at this point of the game, we're not too worried about treasure. Oh, I see where I went wrong. I took a wrong turn on the glass. We gotta be one up. We gotta be one row up. There are other treasures here, but we're at the point of the game where we don't really need to open the treasures anymore, because we bought all the best shit already. We bought it all in New Mota. So now we can basically just crit path the end of it. Yeah, just a giant orb. It's Ozma from Final Fantasy IX. Somebody's got to have an Ozma emote. I'm sure of it. It's an orb that spins. There's our aqua parts. I don't even care what's underneath it. Whatever's in there, it's dirt to me. I'm out of here. See you later. We do gotta walk all the way back, though. It's gonna be a long walk. It's Aqua Pants! Yeah, it's the last transformation we need. It lets Rin turn into a boat. There's green sleeves? I don't think any of these people could equip them. Eh, maybe. Wait, we gotta go through here. Now we can do some boating. Ren transforms into an aerojet! So we gotta go this way. So now our current objective is to compile the legendary weapons that we've heard about. That will not be a hard task, given that we already have 2 of them. These legendary weapons are among the easiest things in the game to obtain. At some point today, I dropped 342 frames. If anybody could look underneath their chairs to see if there's any frames down there, I'd like those back. He vacuumed them up already. Fuck, dude. Fuck. Let's see. So I am here, and we need to go... Okay, I see. There's cookie crumbs down there. I'll take them. I'll take the cookie crumbs. We had them on the floor the whole time after getting shot. Damn it. It's the perfect crime. Will I do Phantasy Star Gaiden? Probably at some point. It's not on the agenda this year. We've got 2 more RPGs to play this year, and neither of them are that. Don't mind me, we're making a crazy, like, crit path beeline. I had a thing planned on Friday as well, but I don't know if I'll be able to stream on Friday. Ren transforms into an aqua skimmer! Ren is also a jet ski! Now, do you remember at the start of the game? You remember at the start of the game when we were up here in Landon, we went to this town which had a boat? What is this image? Oh, that's how the other people ride the machines? That's great. Yeah, anyway, do you remember when we rode this boat to go down here, and then they're like, hey, you see that sunken, like, palace? Apparently Dark Force is down there, sealed by Orakio's sword. We learned this information, like, way at the start of the game. This is a hot jam right here. You pull Orakio's sword from its stone sheath. Engraved on the floor is, I hold Dark Force. We probably shouldn't have done that in hindsight. At last I am free of my vile bonds. Tremble, fools, for I roam the worlds again. Other matters await me, but we'll meet again. You have learned Megiddo, Destruction Incarnate. Right. At least we got a cool spell out of it. Is this SMT? I'm pretty sure Megiddo existed in Phantasy Star before it existed in that. I could be wrong. I don't actually know, but that feels right. Get me out of here. Is this Final Fantasy? Yes. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes. Yes, 100%. Yes. Back onto my blade! Take me here. Yeah, Romancing Saga 2 has generations, and it doesn't have that much to do with Romancing Sagas 1 or 3 either, so you could probably just jump right into it, have a good time. Yeah, accidentally released the Dark Lord while grabbing a really cool legendary sword from a pedestal. Was it necessary to pull that sword out of there? It was sealing Dark Fowls. Surely we could have just left Dark Fowls in there. I think I'm on the wrong side of this ronk. No, I'm on the wrong side of this ronk. Yeah, surely the ship won't explode. I've accidentally awoken the Dark Lord. It's an honest mistake. It happens to the best of us. Yeah, me when I accidentally bring Doomsday. We've only got a few things left to do in the game. We're almost done. At least with this route, we got more to do. As you can see, we got 4 more routes to do. So, we saw her a few other times while we were walking around on the Sand Planet. The Sand World of Iridia. We saw another cyborg that looks a lot like Miyu just wandering around in the desert, looking for Oreikyo. Now that we have Oreikyo's sword, we can progress that subplot. Where the hell is she? She's just wandering around randomly. It's the B2 Manta Ray all over again. Where am I right now? I'm in roughly the right spot. Go down. Whoa, cyborg! The Black Sword! Oreikyo, you've returned! I'm so glad to meet you again before Miyun collapses. She left a legendary claw inside of a box. Give me that. Alright, keep it pushing. Our shopping list of legendary weapons. Yeah, golly. Is your favorite bit of the game. You gotta go on a treasure hunt. It's like the world's shortest treasure hunt, if you know what you're doing. Yeah, B2 Manta Ray episode. I don't know, man. Now we gotta go. No, that's not the right way. We don't fly. Orb! We don't go flying here. I got distracted by orb. This way. Yeah, there's tons of parallax in the battle screen. Although we have the hack that restores the double parallax of the Japanese version. Without that, it would only be the top of the screen scrolling. Which is fine, I guess. I guess it doesn't make sense for the ground to move. But it did move, so I wanted to put that back in. Just don't think of it as the ground. Think of it as just an abstract battlefield that we're fighting on. Yeah, we're circle strafing. Yeah. Orb looked tasty. How many licks would it take to get to the center of that orb? We gotta go to that dock. We gotta turn into a jet ski again. Yes! It's not that dock. Should be up here somewhere. There you are. Now, the only legendary weapon we don't have is Siren's Shot. Siren, of course, is the guy that put this planet, this spaceship we're on a fatal crash course with the sun. That seems like it's going to be tricky to get. See, yeah, the seats must be real small. Whoa, Dagron!
Skeleton.
Yeah, you got like the cyber skeleton and the dragon.
Skeleton.
More Dagrons. Now, we could be equipping these weapons as we go, but I'm saving myself a little bit of time. I've been ambushed. They have a very strong spell. Yeah, it's true. There were 400 spaceships, 400 escape ships that they sent out from Palma before the satellite Gyra crashed into it. Which, by the way, I mean, it could only have been Dark Falls that did that, right? When Rolf and friends get imprisoned on a satellite, and we have to assume that it's roughly the size of the satellites in this game. You know, entire, like, moon-sized. Who else could have put that on a crash course with that planet? It had to have been Dark Falls, given that he kept pestering the Pullmans in space after the fact. Probably because he lost to Alice once, and he's been butt mad ever since. Here's Siren. I fought Leia many centuries ago. I nursed my hatred and attacked Leian people. But on Sage Isle, which is where we are, I found that the Leians are not our real enemies. I'm sorry for my mistake. Don't worry, buddy. Siren collapses. He said sorry and then he perished and we got his siren shot. That doesn't solve our problem of flying into the sun, but at least we got the last weapon we need. Oopsie daisy, the wise sages on Sage Isle, they told me that y'all ain't so bad, actually. Oops! My bad. It's alright, Siren, I forgive you. Siren ain't do nothing. He's just a little guy. Yeah, my bad. Perishes. I would do the same. I'd probably just perish from the shame of it. The shame of the situation. I did not bring an escapipe with me, but also this area is, like, small enough that we could just walk out anyway. It ain't no big deal. And we'll never need an escapipe beyond this point. Because after this, we're going to the final dungeon. Get me out of here. Ooh. Tried to escape. I'm a fool. Alright, this time for sure. Yeah, we're at the part of the game where escaping probably won't work so well. Although there is a spell that would make it more likely. And Chris does have it, but should probably not. Is this the right one? No. I'm in the wrong tube. We gotta be one over. I've been ambushed. Yeah, we're not in the right tube. The tube we were in is actually a big circle tube. It just loops back into itself. It doesn't lead to the actual crit path on Sage Isle. We're looking for the sages on Sage Isle. We're here for something very important. Power word sword. Kind of. Kind of. You're not wrong. People call this place Sage Isle. True. We established that. Not 30 seconds ago. Yeah, seems weird that they're living with all these monsters. That's probably not ideal. But what can you do? Who knows if your puny weapons are enough? All the legendary weapons have been gathered for the first time in 1,000 years. You are worthy to hear the ancient word spoken. The ancient word of power is the word nay. We now give the Grant technique to Mew. Yeah, what else would it have been? Of course it is. I don't think it's that one. I think it's this one. You learned how to say no in Dutch. They have Zan, that's a problem. More Gi-Rezes for the road. Yeah, I love a good robo-skeleton. You don't get enough robo-skeletons in video games. Now, before we can tackle the final dungeon in the game, we have to go back to Skyhaven with our word of power, and we have to apply this magical word to our legendary weapons. That is the only thing that remains to do. And then we can finish this route of the story. Fuck. I walked back into it. I'm a fool! I got blocked by trees, dude. We'll try and run from some of these fights. They're not gonna have much for us anymore. We stand to gain very little from these fights. Yeah, that boat takes you to, Ago and Seal. Actually, we could go there and see if, like, Reese is there or whatever. Oh, but you'd have to walk through the Shusoran Castle to get there. You gotta walk through, like, the whole shit out the other end. I don't know if I can be bothered. Have we seen that enemy at all today? That's the first one, right? It's like a tree with a sword? A blue root. I've never seen you in my life. And I've beaten this game. And I've never seen that. Much to discover. Where am I on this rock? I always forget where I am. Okay, I'm in the top right corner. We gotta get to the bottom left corner. I wish I could turn Ren into a motorcycle right now. Yeah, big hexagonal world. We gotta get back to Skyhaven, which is on the frozen part of this spaceship. We gotta get back to Frigidia. Yeah, I wish he turned into a truck. Where am I right now? I have very few landmarks in a desert. Okay. Mew and Kara? I think you're right, yeah. We didn't get much... We couldn't really acquaint ourselves with Kara. She just kind of showed up. Perhaps this character will make more sense on a different path. All we know is she showed up and is related to Loon, and Loon was depressed. But no matter which route you do, there's always going to be something like that. There's always going to be at least one, like, quest that you are on the other end of. So it's like, we didn't see any of that Loon stuff because this character doesn't deal with any of that. We go a different route, they might have something to do with it. But then there's stuff on this route that's already dealt with that we don't actually see. To answer that question would be Smoilers, Shilrai. So I will refrain. I think Pointy Finger Man might be the best enemy design in the whole game. He's gotta be. He's everybody's favorite guy in this game. Not this cave. We're aiming for the shrine after the cave. Favorite is Rappy? I mean, it's hard to disagree. Now we gotta get ourselves to a flying point. Saunter to an airstrip. Can I fit through here? We don't fit through here! He's too wide!
Oh, big.
He's too big a boy. He just can't do it. He's too thick. It's his shoulder pads. He can't do it. Yeah, someone's got to straighten out Mirror Man. Someone's got to straighten out that sprite, see how he looks. Do you think they drew it all wavy? Or did they draw like a normal guy and then they made it wavy? What was the order of events on that sprite? Back to Skyhaven. We gotta walk all the way to the other end, to the old men. And then once we handle this bit of business, then we can properly go finish the game. But we'll have to save somewhere first, just in case we fumble so colossally. I think we'll be fine, though. This game is not hard. I would say that Reese has the hardest portion of the game. Once you're past that, you're chilling. You should never struggle in combat with anything beyond Gen 1. You may indeed be ready for the task ahead. Nay is the word of ultimate power. Use the Nay weapons to destroy dark fowls. Equip yourselves with the Nay weapons. Our task is over. Yours truly begins now. Okay, now we gotta equip all these bad boys. You get the Nay sword. You need to give the Nay claw to Mew. And then you are holding the Nay shot. That goes to Ren. No, but it does, though. Although that only hits one person, so that's not ideal, but whatever. And then Kara and Leia already had their weapons all along. But we gotta equip their Nay versions of them. Kara is on level 2, by the way. We could probably buy Kara a second slicer. We have to go back to New Moda anyway to save our game. We'll see if there's like a slicer there we can buy. If not, she's gonna have to make do with one. I'm not trekking around the world for it. No, I gotta go through here. It's like the longest possible walk. There's no enemies. Gotta do it. You gotta weave through the trees. Plenty of time to admire the scenery, at least. Yeah, it's gotta be, right? Being a monster in a tower defense game, that's gotta be a rough job. Your job is to walk on a preset path and let turrets fire at you? That's a rough gig. Okay, see if there's a slicer here, and then also save the game. I don't suppose you got a slicer. The planar slicer. Take it. You. There you go. Planar slicer. Very good. Now here's the question. How do we do our techs here? Because we're probably going to want somebody to be on, like, revival duty. Let's put one of them on Reaver and the other one on G-Rez. What a large chart you have. Probably put Leia on G-Rez and then put Miu on Reaver. We're probably gonna need one of each. Because sometimes you just die here. You can't be good at both, you gotta make a decision. They put the two most important spells on opposite ends of that chart on purpose. Yeah, save that game. Chris is on level 9. Could you imagine beating a game on level 9? Raycat, who dat?
So, I just realized something. There are no air traffic controllers in this world. So, Ren just turns into a plane and howls into the airport, and it's a nightmare every time.
Yeah.
Local towns in shambles.
It's true. I mean, all the airstrips in this world are abandoned. There's nobody flying anymore. That's gotta be true. Thank you, Raycat, for 190 bits. We've got one last place to visit. There's one orb in this world. There's one orb we never went to. That bottom right orb, that's Terminus. And Terminus is completely blocked off. None of the science tubes function. They blocked it off on purpose because it is a place of evil. So you have to teleport to it. Yeah, Gaia's Terminus in the chat. It's that's his orb. His or her orb. So you gotta use the Leia shrines to teleport into Terminus. There is only one place on that entire planet, or that entire world. There's only one thing there, and it's the final dungeon of the game. I've been poisoned, which is not ideal. There's the shrine. Alright, we've arrived in Terminus. We could look around, but there is nothing of value for us here. There are there are new enemies though. We got these like goats. These like weird goat creatures. Am I holding an antidote out of curiosity? Probably not. Oh, I am. Sick. Excellent. If we examine this planet, we won't really find anything. There are caves, but all the caves, these lead to the science tubes. All of those are blocked. There's a few shrines you can teleport to get here. But all the caves are blocked and there's nothing else. It's all mountains, it's flat grass, there are no landmarks except for that right there. That's the final dungeon of the game. Let's do it. This is where our boy Dark Falls ran off to. Your death awaits you in this city of La Chute. It's an evil city, you see. Full of evil. Full of people that have been tainted by Dark Falls' evil. Kara's already dead. That was quick. That's why we put all our points into Reaver. Yeah, the enemies here can be pretty dangerous if you run into the wrong combinations of them. Some enemies, they will hit you, like, unreasonably hard. And you just gotta hold that. Hello, miss. We wanted Siren and Loon to start another war, but we needed Reese to bring Satellite back. And that's exactly what that old fool did! The fucking, like, head. It's just a floating head. It's a guy with a whip. Another Gi-Rez, me lord. No. Use them Trimates we're holding first. We got Trimates. We can save some MP. It's not a short walk through La Chute, though. Anyway, yeah, the lore generally is that Dark Falls found their way onto these ships, yeah, some kind of way, and just destroyed them all from the inside one by one. Dark Falls is here somewhere, and the people of this spaceship must have known that there's like, oh, there's really bad energy coming out of this one biome on our spaceship. We should block that off. I do believe that once you're given the ability to teleport, you are allowed to come here immediately. Is now a good time for a frog race? We're gonna finish this route first. We're right at the end of it. Centuries ago, Leia locked the passageways between the domed worlds of our ship Elisa 3. But your father and grandfather opened them up again, enabling us to spread evil once more. Yeah, the name might have something to do with Lassic from the first game. I wouldn't be surprised. I misclicked. What did I just do? No, Gi-Rez. No, not you. You, Gi-Rez. There we go. Yeah, you gotta seal that sector off. I mean, there's only 2 ships left. Dark Falls has already blew up 398 of the 400 Pullman escape pods. There's almost no Pullmans left out there. Did they ever find anywhere else to settle? Dark Force brings your doom, fools. Even the, like, townsfolk here, they're all corrupted by dark juice. Just bad. It's bad vibes. Bad vibes in this part of the world. If you come here early, though, yeah, they don't attack you. Well, that's because they have to live by Leia's law and Arakio's law, which is not to kill. You fools have done everything we wanted. Do we go up this way? I think we do. If you come here immediately when you gain the ability to teleport, there won't be enemies here. And the people will actually be quite nice to you. Maybe we'll show that on another route. They're not nearly as hostile. They only turn hostile when you get the Nay weapons. I imagine it's like you're bringing sunlight into a vampire's lair. Yeah, so many caped men. Is a very foreboding jam. The encounter rate works to the favor of the short loops of the music. It hides the fact that they're quite short loops by the encounter rate being so jacked. Yeah, that sounds right, Incident. I think you can get a little bit of, like, extra lore on the place and who is in it as well. But frankly, the inhabitants of this cursed city it doesn't... I'm not interested. We've got a Dark Falls to kill. Oh, you did so much damage immediately. Don't wiggle your whip at me. Not a euphemism. Yeah, we got someone on level 3. Kara's on level 3. Yeah, a lot of wigglers in this game. You gotta find a way to animate them without actually moving them that much. You just wiggle what they're holding around. It's a decent enough solution. Yeah, the enemy names pop up for like a split second. I think it's because we have the scrolling speed up so high. You barely have time to read what you're up against. It's fine, though. A man! There's a man! Hello, man. Rulakir. This is a guy we heard about back in the, one of those earlier castles. Where they said they were talking about, like, he was a pilot. Maybe he's the one flying this entire flying city. My heart went black 1,000 years ago when my family died in the Leia-Orakio War. Dark Fowls owns my soul, and he shall own yours. He's kind of chilling back there, though. Right. We kind of don't... I mean, we can just attack turn 1.
Man.
It's not rocket science. Just beat the shit out of everything. He has it all leg? He's wearing really, really, like, high red pants. Right? Oh, you hit pretty hard. Oof! Oof, ouch! Okay. I understand. Another Gi-Rez, me lord. That's fine. I'll just Gi-Rez you all day if you want. Right now, Ren's doing the most damage by virtue of his gun ignores defense. Yeah, he fucking lit him up, dude. You have freed me. Destroy Dark Fowls. Rulakir is dead. Finally, he is at peace. Cool. Alright, one final screen. It's another science tube. Everywhere I go, it's science tubes. Yeah, one last science tube. I love these wizards in the back. Oh, Kara got hit really hard. We're gonna need to start chugging Trimates. Classic, kind of, It's borderline. Is this right? We gotta go... Yeah, we go up this way. Yeah, it does. It jumps from sci-fi to fantasy constantly. Although I guess that's true of basically any of them. Leia's dead. Vlasic? The Pickles? I getcha. You have Reaver. Scoop her up. There you go. That's why we have that. Don't mind me, I'm looking at my maps. I'm looking ferociously at my notes to make sure we're on the right path. Alright. Do you remember how we found Dark Falls in Phantasy Star 2? Out of curiosity, do you remember? In a chest, yeah, that's right. We found him in a silly little box. And wouldn't it just so happen we're walking towards an ominous box right now? Ren needs a Trimate. Let's do it. Turn up the jams. I am Dark Falls, Master of Death. Your sorrow, anger, and pain are my strength. Observe my might and despair of life, fools. I will greatly enjoy your painful deaths. He looks fucking sick in this game, dude. That's one of the coolest Dark Falls I've ever seen. He's so sick in this game. Okay, hit the right hand first. Hit the right hand, because the right hand has Gi Res, and I don't want you healing yourself. I guess it's the left. I guess it's his left. It's my right. You motherfucker. I was just telling him about the Gi Res, and then you done and did it. We gotta get that right hand down first. We're not gonna get anywhere unless it's gone. I need that hand gone. Stick to the plan. No. Oh, it is gone. I can only target these two. Okay, we got him. Keep throwing out Gi Reses, and then get the other hand gone. It will be fine. We'll be alright. Really, he's only got one dangerous move. He has one, like, big AoE move. I agree. This is probably, like, visually, this is one of my favorite Dark Falls. It's a great look. Ow. Yeah, that's the only move you have to worry about. You need to keep throwing Gi Reses out to offset that. You know, Kara might die. I'm gonna preemptively cast Reaver. I'm gonna make a read here. I need that left hand gone, too. I accidentally put it on auto battle. I need to cancel that. Thank you. Is that hand dead yet? Okay. It's just you. More Gi Res. Other than that, just beat the shit out of him. I don't care. Kara's probably gonna die to this. That's fine. We can pick her up. Oh, I'm back, baby. He's got like 8,000 HP, by the way. So Chris actually has one of the harder, like, routes because he himself cannot heal. He doesn't get healing magic, so you only get 2 healers for this. Every other route, I think you end up with 3 people with healing spells. So you end up with, like, 2 people on Gi Res duty, and then a 3rd person that can cast revives if necessary. What's up, Ultima Derp? It's going good. We're at the final boss of one of the routes. I mean, it's the same final boss every time, but we're at the end of one of the routes. I only have enough TP for 2 more Gi Reses, lads. So he'd better die quick. He'd better die soon. Right on schedule. I wanted you to burn in the sun fire. It was not to be this time, but I'm patient. I'll be back in 1,000 years to try again. Dark Falls disappears. This city is too evil to leave standing. Okay, this part plays out the same every time. Chris's anger triggered the Megiddo technique. He destroys the entire city. Megiddo's tearing the whole city apart. Hurry, we've got to get out of here. There's no time, we'll never make it. Miu automatically used the Grant technique. It puts the team in a protective bubble. The entire party was instantly teleported to a place of safety far from the falling city. The evil city seemed to scream a hideous cry as it fell from the sky and sank deep into the lake. So all of that plays out the same every time in the ending, but this part is different per character. Look at the sky! The sun's enormous! We're gonna burn up if we get much closer! The pilots had better hurry up and move us. So we're looking at the sun like first person. We're like tilting towards it. And then the ship is slowly gonna turn back the other way. Yeah, that's a blue sun. There they go. They, of course, corrected. Those pilots cut it pretty close. They're sending us a message. Hello, this is Aaron. Thanks for your help. We're once again back on our original course. Without you, Dark Falls would have prevailed. Oh my god, they found another planet? We're going toward the brightest star up ahead. Yeah, where are they piloting? We're heading for one of the planet, or we're heading for one of its planets. The third one out from the star. It seems perfect for us. At last, our journey is almost over. They were able to complete their original mission after all. They found somewhere safe to land. You know, once they remembered who they were anyway. Alright, we've completed one of the 4. Is there a bad route? Not really. Most of them are pretty similar. The Earthlings were in PS2. They never said that was Earth, friend. They just said it was the third one out. That's open to interpretation. Did they? Did they say the Earth? I just heard that they said the third planet out from whatever star they had found. Yeah, there's a lot of third planets out there. Who's to say? We still got a lot to do, though. You're late? Eh, not really. Are these real names? A lot of game developers used pseudonyms back in the day, so as not to have their talent poached by other companies. The end. Yeah, it's the anti-poaching tech. It's very real. What's my favorite pseudonym? I don't know if I have a favorite, like, developer pseudonym, but sometimes even the jobs that they did had weird names. Like in Contra Hardcore, there's a credit for a nice man. What does the nice man do? Yeah, Yuki-chan's Papa? We do have a frog race to do, but tell you what, give me a few minutes. Give me a few minutes, and then we'll get moving on the next route. This is probably going to be a long stream. This is going to be a chunky one. Let's see here. Let me throw it to the BRB screen. Mute that. What's a tune? Where are the tunes in here? Where's the silly, like, castle theme? Where's the goofy castle theme in this playlist? Hold on. Not that one. Castle. Yeah. The Phantasy Star 3, the Phantasy Star Sound Collection Castle Arrange. Yeah, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Back right on time. We got frogs to race, apparently. We got frogs to race as of 4 minutes ago. Let's hit that frog button. Place your bets. Wait, I gotta press E so they don't explode. E. 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 You've been getting more scam calls in the past month. So have I. Yeah, for sure. E. What do we got? 34 on Scam, definitely. 29 on Croak Boy Rib Bop. Sub 20 on the other two, but it's anyone's race after all, isn't it? Best of luck, everyone. 3 and 4, furthest ahead. 3 and 4. Frogs. Whoa, Columbo wins out of nowhere. Where was he at even? It's always Columbo, isn't it? This motherfucker. I've never seen this motherfucker not win a race. He's too good. Is he juicing? Alright, pay it out to Lord Columbo then. 267,000 new yen given to 17 lucky winners. Congratulations. All 17 of you, my condolences, everybody else. Yeah, he's at another one. Alright, where were we? We gotta back it up to the, which branching point are we at? Hold on. We gotta go back to Ain's branching path, which I saved here? Here we are. This is where we were. Where we had to choose whether to marry Taya or Sari. We married Sari for the first time. And we got the whole Chris storyline. But there are two options here. Taya is King Lyle's, well, now deceased King Lyle's daughter. Yeah, sorry. We gotta go back to Ain so that we can marry the other girl. Wait. I gotta update my chart then. Well, we'll wait. Let's marry Taya. Ain asked Taya to be his wife, and she accepted. Lyle and Reese gave their blessings as well. Lyle is dead. How did he do this? Don't worry about it. Ain and Taya began their new life on Far Azura. So they live on the satellite moon. They live on the moon. Their rule brought peace and prosperity to all. In time, Queen Taya gave birth to a son, Sean. When he reached manhood, evil arose once more. Sean was called upon to fight for his people. Yeah, dude, we live on the moon! King Ain! Something's happening on Alyssa 3! I thought I saw a flash of light go past us. Another one hit us! It's causing explosions! Oh shit! The satellite's gonna blow up! Get out! Why is Alyssa 3 shooting lasers at us? Oh, fuck, dude. Sean, our beautiful moon is being destroyed. Nice mustache, by the way. Your mother and I cannot bear to leave our home. Take the shuttle and save yourself, my son. Journey to Landon, your grandfather's homeland. I'm staying with Ain, but you must go. You're very green, Sean. Hold on, I gotta update our chart. Let's see, we're here now. Miu and Ren will go with you. Farewell. Sean, hurry! You must escape! Yeah, we're green. Well, it's because Ain married a green-haired girl. We're lucky to be alive after that crash. We must try to make it to Landon, Sean. Here we are. All we know is that we gotta get to Landon, and we know that the fucking moon that we were living on for the past few years just got shot at and exploded, and our parents are assumed exploded as well, and we gotta get to Landon, and that's all we know. So, really, there's no outwardly crisis on par with we're being flown into the sun. Journey southeast to see an amazing whirlpool. Now, Sean is probably more useful, though, because look at all these fucking moves Sean gets. He does get Gi-Rez, and he gets Zan, so we probably need to move his techs towards both of those. That's here. He is wearing Orpal, yeah. He do be wearing Orpal. Okay, you're all in on Zan. I have no idea, Ultra Doom. thing different, I assume. And then all in on Girez. Is Mew still on Reaver? Because I might leave it that way. Yeah, you're all in on Reaver. It'll be useful to have a revival spell. Yeah, they're all cowards, exactly. So as opposed to Chris, who's like, what, 1/4 Leian? Sean is, I think, 3/4 Leian? Wait, let me think about this. Reese married Maya, who's Leian, so Ain is half Leian, and then he married another Leian, so that's... Wait, I'm confused. Who knows? I can't do fractions, man. I'm a streamer. It can't be done. I think he's 3/4 Leian. That sounds right. So yeah, he's really good at magic, is my point. He's gonna be much better at magic than Chris, so he's gonna have a much easier time going through the game than Chris will. We'll be able to crit path most of these places. We're probably not even gonna have to pick treasures up. We're gonna be able to crit path a lot of it. Just because we have so much extra healing along. He's on level 1, and he has 90 TP. He has almost 20 free casts of Girez. We can walk basically anywhere without having to worry about a damn thing. I'm not thrilled with the rats, though, admittedly. Yeah, the boot store. A lot of these characters are walking around without boots on. So this one will probably go faster. This route will probably go faster than the previous one. I am where? I'm here, okay. They sure are kicky. Yeah, Mew and Ren always being on the team is really cool, I think. I'm a big fan. Yeah, is that Skeleharpy? I can't believe it. Another Girez, me lord. Yeah, Reese is the only one that adventures alone at any point. That's why he's got the toughest portion of the game. If you're struggling with the beginning of this game, all you gotta do is get past Reese's part of the game and everything gets way, way easier. Oh, I already grabbed these chests, huh? None of these have anything in them. Never mind. I got these with Reese. Or I got these with Ain, rather. Yeah, it doesn't take too long to get Mew. You just gotta talk to a few people. Wow, Mew just got fucking kicked to death. That's fine. We'll see what's going on in Landon. We'll see how this differs from last time we were here. I'm positively overflowing with money. Might be able to speed up combat a little bit by buying some other gear, but will not be necessary. One Rappy. Give me the Landon. I'm on a gnarly crit path right now. Wait, that's not where Landon is. I'm going the wrong way. Landon's this way. The people of Landon welcome you, Sean. What are we here to do exactly? How can the people of Landon help me? I hear that some cyborgs have turned against us. So these guys have the same stuff to say. Sorry protected us from Loon's monstrous army. Loon was once Leia's most trusted general, but Orakio banished Loon to the far moon Dahlia. No one knows how Loon survived for so long. He was probably really mad. And sometimes when people get really mad, they live long. Who would want to destroy Azura? It's a fantastic question. I sure would like to find out. Loon's army has built a bridge over the river. He's looking for Leia's treasure in Iridia. We do need Leia's treasure. The western part of this world belongs to Loon. If you head that way, be very careful. Oh, here's Sari. We must end this war before more die. With Leia's treasure, we can stop the fighting. To find Leia's treasure, use an ancient machine that can be found in a world to the southwest. That's very vague. That's very vague, thank you. You're the only descendant of Orakio left? Fuck, dude. So you're saying that Ain really did blow up in space. You're saying he exploded. And where did Reese go? He died. He died of cringe at some point, I guess. Where's the save point? There we are. Yeah, rip. Save this game. Yeah, there's an entire world to the southeast. Yeah, could not be me, honestly. You will not catch me dying of old age like that. How did this part start? This is the one where we were living on the moon. Ain and Taya married, and they decided to live on the moon satellite. And then some years later, it got fucking shot at by laser beams from the Alyssa 3, and it exploded. So they're presumably both dead. Yeah, the moon exploded. One of them, anyway. There's two of them in this game. Both curiously satellite-shaped. Why didn't the moon dodge the laser? That's a great question. It's a fair question. I would have simply dodged the laser beam in that situation. Locked in and detected. It's gotta be a pretty big laser beam to blow up an entire moon satellite. Moreover, have we had those laser beams on this ship that whole time? We've had those laser beams from the get-go? Sean is level 2. He's basically already strong enough for the endgame. Wait, how much HP does he have? 133? Well, maybe not. This overworld theme is kind of plink plonkin' right now. They have Zan. How dare you? Can you rush to the end game? No. You have to get the legendary weapons. The legendary weapons are all load-bearing, or else you'll go to the evil city of Lashute, but nobody actually is evil or tries to fight you yet. There's no conflict. Where am I at here? Who was that? Araviv, thank you for the 58 whole years. I don't know where your alert is. Curiously absent alert. It's 1 a.m. where you are, I understand. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you have a great day. We're going to be playing this tomorrow, too. In fact, we might even start tomorrow's stream early. I don't know. Maybe. Because I'd like to get it done in 3 streams. I don't know. I'll figure it out. It might have to start, like, earlier so we can do more. I'll figure it out. Are we behind? Not really. The other half of the routes, they're definitely shorter than the ones we're on. There's less that you have to do. So those will be faster than these. Araviv, thank you for the 58 whole years. I was wondering where that alert went. We found it. I'm kind of getting my ass beat by these kicky girls, these kicky robot girls. That's fine, we figured it out. Ceramic ribbon. We don't need any of these treasures. This is incorrect. We gotta go 1 over. Yeah, manageable damage, exactly. Ow. And a large portion of this quest is going to play out similarly to the previous one, in having to obtain the, like, legendary items and the order at which we gotta do it, the places we gotta go to get them. There is going to be a lot of overlap. But we already know where we're going, so that helps. I believe this world, the one with, like, Divisia and all the complicated castles and shit that we gotta go to, and the weird cave with the submarine parts in it. This world is called Elysium, no relation. It's one you don't visit at all early on in the game. The other half of the generational chart, they end up here a little bit more than the ones we've been doing. Yeah, give me here. We probably don't have to buy anything. Maybe we'll buy, like... Well, what's here? Let's see. Lord Licorice Derp! Thank you for the 46 whole years. 69,000 Masita, by the way. I don't suppose you got escapipes here. You sure don't. It's dirt to me. We gotta walk through this castle again. Was it this way? I don't remember. Let's see. Navigating this joint is a nightmare. We brought like 4 escapipes with us through the like through the last gen, so we're good. Our ancestors piloted this ship long ago. Yeah, this is all the same dialogue. No need to talk to these goons. We'll probably have to buy, like, 1 extra escapipe because we did run out on the other route. We had to walk out of the Sage Island. So at some point, we'll have to pick up another escapipe. I said it last time we were here with no encounters in this area. It feels like a longer walk without them. And I don't know why that is. That's a long trek. There we are. I would probably not build a castle this way. Did they have purple bits on their sprite before? I don't think so. I think it just borrows some of the palette of the rest of the team. Perhaps, because I don't remember purple bits on them either. To reach Arone, you need Leia's pendant. I assume that the party just borrows a pallet, kind of? Our people once piloted this great spaceship. Some rebels are in a cave far to the west. The subparts for Rin are in that cave. That's all I was looking to hear, baby. Maybe buy some trimates for the road. That's not where the trimates are. There you are. Is there a tech house in this? I might set both of my characters on Gi-Rez, actually. Give me a few trimates. Just a few. I don't need a lot of them. Miyu cannot carry anything else. How are you out of space? Wait a second. What am I holding? Ah, you're holding a bunch of Dimates. Well, that's fine. You can keep those. Ah, we're good. Coming soon to the Trimate area, yeah. What's up, Tepid Snake? Stars are fantasying pretty good. We're on the 4th of 7 routes. So we're making pretty decent progress. I don't know if we'll have time to finish this one today. I guess we'll see. But there's a lot of overlap between Chris's route and Sean's. Which means we're not really going to have to talk to NPCs much, except in the points where the plot may differ. That's a good first enemy to see. Yeah, you got the Cho and Iki guy. It took a while to get another party member. We got Leia with Chris. I think it's Leia again here. Leia's a particularly load-bearing character, being named Leia after Leia. But yeah, a lot of this should play out the same. So we'll be able to save some time by not interacting with people a second time that we've already seen what they all gotta say. We'll have absolutely no struggles in combat with this team. Just Sean having healing magic alone is going to make everything... I mean, it's a solved situation. The only thing that could go wrong, really, is if you get poisoned over and over. I don't think the Cho and Iki men are poisonous. That might be a brand new sentence. The nefarious Robo-Man. They need to incorporate the generation system into 2K's My Player. Yeah, dude. We're coming up. It's not going to be this year, obviously, but we're coming up on another stream with 5-7 in the numbering. Every year we've ever done, or every stream we've ever done that ends in 5-7, so 57, 157, 257. It's always been a basketball stream, and we're coming up on another one pretty quick. It'll probably be early next year. And I'm thinking either we play a basketball game that has some kind of a story mode, or, let's see, I'd have to think about it though. I don't know. We've got options. We could play like NBA Ballers, dude. It's got a storyline. Or we could go for like a hang time 1cc or something. That'd be a really bad idea. The basketball RPG, yeah. The hang time 1cc, it would probably take some time, yeah. Love the hang time theme, though. I might want to put Mew on G-Rez. The early 2K games are retro by now, probably. What I can tell you is that my favorite football game of all time is not one of the goofy Midway ones. Is not, you know, like an old arcade game. My favorite football game does, in fact, have 2K in the title. Yeah, that's on the to-do list, Mr. Radon. I mean, somehow that is on my to-do list. There's our subparts. Give me the laser claw, give me the laser sword. Yeah, my favorite football game of all time is ESPN NFL 2K5. No, we don't need this sword. ESPN NFL 2K5 is an unbelievably good game. And it's sold for like 20 bucks? It's ridiculous. It's too good of a deal. Where's more of my subparts? Subparts, give those to Ren. You hold those. Get me out of here. Oh, dude, my to-do list is a fucking disaster. I've mentioned it before, but biglistofgames.txt, which is what it's called. Biglistofgames.txt is a text document over 1 megabyte in size of all the games I want to stream. And it's got some little blurbs for basically all of them. It's astronomically large. I'm trying my best to put a dent in it. The problem with that is, I'm writing new things on it faster than I can stream them. So if anything, I'm losing progress. The dot? No, that's just the file extension. It's biglistofgames.txt. I should write it out. Like, we do have horse.gif, where you gotta type it out. You're challenging your chat to guess what's on the to-do list. Bro, I know that you have Zyklund for MS-DOS on your to-do list. There's no way you don't. Because you're a connoisseur of PEEM. You're a connoisseur of PEEM video games, and it's the PEEMest game I know. It's gotta be on there. It's impossible, by the way. Good luck. Another G-Rez, milord. Maybe we leave Mew on Reaver, after all, and then when we get round to Leia, we put her on G-Rez, and then our healing is just sorted for the rest of the game. Your favorite streaming thing is to tell people you have no idea what to stream next time. That's basically how I operate as well. I don't really like to tell people what I'm doing, because it annoys me when people guess. And that's my problem. That's not your problem, to be clear. But even like not saying what I'm gonna stream, and I just like drop a stream on people. I mean, I'll plan out a stream, and then by the time it's the day of, I already want to stream something else. And so you gotta pivot. Yeah, sometimes you don't even know. I'm with you, Duke. I'm with you. We gotta walk back through Divisia Castle Dungeon. It takes like a solid minute to do this walk every time. Even without the encounters, it's like a solid minute. At least we'll never have to come back here. If you explained to Jigsaw how you chose what to stream, he'd call you fucked up. I used to really, like... What I used to do, and it ended up stressing me out, so I stopped, is I would look at what I've streamed recently and endeavor not to do that in just about every way. Like, I'll look at a stream I did, oh, I played some Dreamcast shoot bangs. Next stream, no Dreamcast, no shoot bangs. And then you try to go for, like, maximum variety, but you're always gonna land on something you're not having a hankering for at that period of time. So at some point, I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna throw a dart at my big list of game, and whatever it lands on, I'm gonna cobble together a stream for. But even that is still subject to change. Yeah, put in the dungeon music on your headphones. Yeah, that's to get to the throne room. And even then, we're just passing through. We're just trying to get through the town of Divisia. We got no business in that throne room. We've already talked to them on Chris's route, and they don't have any different dialogue for us here, so we're just gonna keep it moving. In fact, most of the people beyond this point are gonna have, like, similar shit to say, except the people that mentioned, like, oh no, we're flying towards the sun, somebody should stop that. They're not going to be saying that because we're not flying towards the sun in this timeline. So they'll have something else to say. We can talk to people on our way back to the desert. We got our subparts, so we got to go to the desert now. That's a funny sentence, now that I'm thinking about it. We just got our submarine parts, so we need to head for the desert next. Just trust me. Yeah, so the entire previous route, Tepid Snake, we had to stop the spaceship that we're on, because this game takes place on a 7-domed spaceship. It was being flown towards the sun by an evil force. But we put a stop to it, it's fine. But here the story is a bit different, because now it's just we lived on the moon, and then the moon exploded, and now we're just kind of wandering around doing a similarly laid out quest, but for different reasons. But we should be able to fly through this one faster than the previous, for sure. There's a lot less prep work involved when you have Sean's healing magic you can just fall back on. Where am I? We gotta go this way. Never forget your science tube maps. Never leave home without them. Sonic the Fighters piece. He wrote a Sonic thing? Nice, nice, nice. Sonic the Fighters is a really funny game. This away. Sonic Championship? I don't know. Is Sonic Championship Sonic the Fighters? I have very few Sonic opinions. I do think chili dogs are pretty good. He's dead on with that one. You'd go to lunch with Sonic? I don't know if I'd want to go to lunch with Sonic. I feel like there'd be a strong chance that Dr. Robotnik shows up and ruins everything for both of us. I can't enjoy a meal around Sonic. I'm gonna get attacked. So this should drop us back in Iridia, the desert world, once we're out of this tube. At which point we can make a crazy beeline for the submarine zone. Oh, that's right, we gotta cut through Landon first. I'm getting ahead of myself. Cut through Landon. That'd be this way, right? Yeah. Cut through this way to get to the desert. That's where we gotta end up. We gotta get to the desert. A point-and-click adventure in the Sonic Boom settings. Isn't that what, like, the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog was? Was that a point-and-click? I don't know what it was. I think I saw somebody stream it once and then I never saw it again. Sean hits abnormally hard. He's doing like 500 damage. Which is weird because he's more of a mage than Chris is. The murder of Sonic the Hedgehog was a fun time. I hope that you have to do forensic analysis on him, like Metal Gear has to do to Jean-Jacques Gibson in Snatcher. I hope you have to make an incision in his stomach and then get a food sample, and then analyze it in a computer. You just look at him and go, yup, he's dead. probably a stupid question, but I assume he doesn't actually die for real. I can't imagine they commit to that bit. Murder mystery party, I see, I see. I wouldn't mind being the corpse at a murder mystery party. That's a pretty easy gig. You just gotta lay there. Danny is all caps shouting how excited she is to be a corpse. This is the company I keep. One time during a drill at camp, they take a child to be the missing one. What camp did you go to? What the fuck camp is that? Don't answer that. It's so much funnier to not know. That's really funny, though. That's pretty good. It was a Christian camp. You know what? That explains everything. I get it. Makes perfect sense. I fully understand. Was there a volcano? What do the people in Yatta have to say? Because we're not being thrown into the sun here. Someone's directing the monsters and cyborgs. Okay, so this is the same. Yeah, okay. We'll probably need to buy another escapipe because we did run low last time. Another escapipe, me lord. You know what? 2 more escapipes. Are you graded based on, like, how good of a corpse you were in the murder mystery party? Do they dock points if you're clearly not dead? I think I could probably crush it. What's up, TDX? New game plus? Well, there's a lot of game in this game. There are seven unique branches of storyline. Although, to be fair, most of the Generation 3 characters, they go through the same kind of beats. Because no matter what you do, you always have to get the legendary weapons, and you always gotta get to Dark Falls. And all the steps that you have to do to get there, that's all gonna overlap. It's just the reasons you're doing it will be different. The highest variance is in Gen 2. Both of the Gen 2 stories are wildly different. I've been poisoned again. Worth mentioning that Ren also has magic. But, like, Ren has a gun. So, like, who's ever gonna do this? Which one do I need? That one. Okay. Down? Don't mind me, I'm perceiving. Pick your own mustache? Yeah. Oh no, there's 4 of them! I'm sure it's fine. Where am I right now? Hold on. I'm looking at me chart. I'm chart perceiving, making sure I'm on the right one. You'd be a corpse for the purpose of how much you hate solving mysteries. Oh, I see. I was down there all along. I see. Don't mind me, I'm looking at maps to make sure we're walking in the right direction. It'd be pretty good, though, if he inherited Taya's hair, but Ain's mustache, yeah. Like the really bright blue mustache. That'd be pretty painful. Danny, we're gonna get you to stream a mystery game. We're gonna get you to stream a game about solving a mystery. What's it gonna be? What's the mystery game? We gotta get Danny to play Secret of the Obra Dinn. It's gonna be good. That game is unbelievably cool. Yeah. Mystery of the Druids? Is that the game with the face? I know that's very vague, but I'm pretty sure you know what I mean. That's the one. Okay, thank you. I like how you could ask that vague a question and it still makes sense. I was bluffing, Danny, don't worry about it. I was 100% bluffing for comedy. I've killed a dinosaur. Your Google Maps told you slight right. How sick would it be if GPS was like a real guy? What if that was your job? Being the guy that says recalculating every time they don't follow your directions? Directing them into the ocean? There you are. The reticulating splines. We're now over 5.5 hours into this one. Thank you for keeping me company. Whilst we mostly walk around doing the route we've already done, but with minor differences. There shouldn't be any different NPCs here. These are just the robots that say, hey, use the submarine right outside. Yes! Turn it into a submersible! Oh, it's still so sick! It's sick every time. It's a very good tune. I don't even want to talk over it. All their dialogues should be the same. Hello, Leia. I was very young when Leia fought Orakio. She left with a black knight who wore a black sword. I must know the truth. Please take me along. Cool. So we probably want to put her on Gi-Rez. You don't need 3 people on Gi-Rez. But even having 2 makes the game so much more playable. Whereas we were kind of struggling with Chris because his stupid ass has no magic. The really calm, like, Leia's Domain music smash cut into Ren transforming music. It's really funny. Wait, Leia needs to gain, like, a small handful of levels. Just give me, like, one good fight. This is not a good fight. Give me a better one. Leia can't be walking around with Check's notes, 18 hit points. Where are the real enemies at? That's more like it. Of course, I need you to survive the encounter. Thank you. Alright, Leia gained how many levels? She gained 11 levels! I think she's good to go. I feel 11 years older already. All you need is one good fight to get her, like, caught up to speed. Like, it doesn't take much at all. Oh, the updating world map music. It's so good every time. Wish more games did that. I forgot to move her techniques towards Gi-Rez. I forgot to do that. That's fine, whatever. Not through this cave. Actually, no, I think we do have to go through this cave, yeah. Move those techs now? I can't. I have to do it in a town. You gotta go to a designated tech store to redistribute your techs. That's fine. We'll do it at the nearest, we'll do it at the next convenience. That puts me here? Yeah, okay. It's gonna have an empty store. It better not. I'll cry. I'll piss. I'll shit. Leia almost died instantly. 2 hit points. She lived, never had a single doubt in my goat. She's on level 22! 22! That was quick! Yeah, just 2 fights, 22 level ups. The speed at which characters get stronger in this is wildly different per character. But they all end up roughly the same strength anyway, just using vastly different numbers. 22, Goldberg! They should have kept that going, that bit. Leia's dead. Oh no. It's a good thing I put points into Reaver so I can pick her up off the ground. No. We hit those. That's better, thank you. This should dump us out in Snow World, where we now have to make a pilgrimage to the town of Mistoke. Yeah, same as it ever was. If only we had some kind of an emote to illustrate what it's like when it's the same as it ever was. Yes, the Brian Battler one. We have to do the football counterpart to a stream I did a while back where we played as every basketball character that I'm aware of in a fighting game. We have to do the football equivalent stream to that. Who's in that? You have Brian Battler, Johnny Maximum, you got Dougster from Alien Challenge, you got the guy from that Sharp X 68K fighting game whose name I forget. I feel like I'm missing another one. There's like, I can think of like 5 footballer. Burning Rival, yeah. There's a few. Like we could do the fighting game footballers stream. We could absolutely do that. Secretly, it would just be an excuse to play World Heroes. I love Johnny Maximum so much. Yeah, shit! No, well, we can't do that one. We can't do that one. My career wouldn't survive that one. We gotta take a long trek around this icy lake. For whatever reason, we can't walk over the icy lake. We don't have ice skates, that's fine. 2 large women and 4 smaller women. There's a lot of women on this rock. Here's my question about the Pullmans that are on this ship. Did they not realize that they were on a spaceship? Did they even forget that? Because there's clearly, we're in like a domular-shaped biome. Surely there's like a glass roof, right? You can't see that you're in a bubble? Surely. They must have forgot. They must have, yeah. It's very interesting. They just thought the world was like that. I guess, I mean, if the original Pullmans, they just kept living here and going through generations and generations, it's gonna come to a point that the people that were there at the original, like, evacuation of the planet, none of them are around anymore. So I assume then, yeah, they probably just assume the world's like that. They project a sky over the bubble. Oh. Isn't that the plot of the Simpsons movie? Don't they put Springfield in like a bubble? Or did I imagine that? We're almost to the town of Mistoke. Long trek through the snow. Whoop. Accidentally hit my fast forward button. Gotta be careful where I put the controller down. Oh, speaking of controllers, actually, what would you recommend if you were looking for... Suppose you're a person that plays video games in a way that is very intensive on the controller. Say you're a person that plays, like, fighting games or some such, and you're getting a little tired of having to buy controllers frequently. What would you suggest as, like, a durable... What would you suggest as a durable controller? Where are we? We're in Mistoke. The Castle of Silence. This should all play out the same as well. Much will be revealed, yes indeed. Because I be mashing on my controller. So I need controllers that don't break so good. Yeah, I play on pad. The GameSir G7 mechanical buttons, thumbsticks that they're hot swappable. I see. This is the kind of stuff I need to write down. Because I be going through shit. I'm a button masher, like in the literal sense. I'm hammering these fucking buttons sometimes. Fighting Commander's what most of your friends use. I miss the PS3 version of the Fighting Commander. It is my favorite controller of all time. And I don't think they make that one anymore. And I so desperately wish I had another one. Let me see if I can find this. The PS3 Fighting Commander in particular. Not videos. Give me an image, please. Yeah, that's the one. This guy. This guy right here. Yeah. This is like one of my favorite controllers ever. This fucking thing rocks. One of the comfiest D-pads I've ever used, despite how it looks. But they don't make that one anymore. I think they make a similar shaped one for, like, the Switch. But, I don't know. I'm not a Switch gamer. They got PS5 ones now. I might check them out. I mean, really, I just need them to work on PC, because all I do is play PC games these days. At some point, I ducked out of the console wars. When I realized that my computer can play a basically infinite amount of games, it became hard to justify console purchases. Now, it's not gonna hold true for other people, because my interests primarily lie in old games. But that's the situation over here. Yeah, the Fighting Commander type controllers are also very good just for playing old games, right? Obviously, they're for fighting games, but they're also good if you want to play, like, a Saturn game, because the button layout is the same for Saturn. Or if you just want to play, like, any old game. Something that doesn't require 2 sticks, it's always good for those. Your Steam Deck. I have not obtained a Steam Deck at any point. Maybe I should. Wait a minute, didn't they make another one? Didn't they make the fucking Gabe Cube? Yeah, go ahead, Z-Force. Isn't there a Gabe Cube? The Steam Machine, that's what it was called. I was just calling it the fucking Gabe Cube because I forgot the name. Oh, this thing. Okay. Thank you, Z-Force. I will investigate. I will investigate. Where was I going? I was going this way. Yeah, I figured Gabe Cube was like the the predominant name for that device. You've been configuring your Steam Deck all day. Nice. The majority of my gaming happens at my computer. I'm not much one for portable gaming. Normally when I'm out and about, my eyes are fucking anywhere than on a screen. I'm usually perceiving my surroundings instead. Whoops, I went right back down. It sounds awful. Tell me about it. Look, I'm just trying not to get run over by a car, really. I don't trust these damn drivers out here. That was an abnormally high amount of loot. That enemy on the left in particular looks like it was drawn by a completely different person. Oh, don't worry, don't sweat the gigantic links. I mean, obviously we shouldn't post gigantic links, but like in that case, you had announced beforehand what you were doing, so it's like I get it. Yeah, we're in the stair castle. Castle full of stairs. Phantasy Star has very interesting ideas about architecture. Architecture is very dubious in all of the first 3 games we've played. Like the governor's palace, even in the first game, the governor's palace on Motavia, it's got like a whole dungeon with invisible walls and shit. Here we are. Leia's Pendant. This allows us to warp. This allows us to warp at the Leia shrines. It's time for you to know the truth. Thor, Akio, and I have fought for many years. We finally realize that we have been deceived. An evil force from times beyond legend is using us to satisfy its desire for pain and suffering. We're joining forces to fight this ancient evil. In case we never return, I leave you the pendant. So that's all the same as well. There's been mostly overlap so far. Get me out of here. We're kind of cooking, though. We're kind of flying through this. Yeah, escapipe. Never leave home without it. Now we gotta take a long walk all the way back around. Sean at level 6? That is correct. He's on level 6. You didn't miss anything. That's just, yeah, that's how this game is. The levels are not really indicative of much. Your team is going to end up roughly the same strength, while still being on a wildly different level from each other. The way this game does math is very strange, but that is okay. Yeah, Phantasy Star PSO Episode 3 Card Revolution is a very cool game. We will be getting to that one. I can promise you for sure we'll be getting to episode 3. What's up, Dran Buster? Yeah, this game's sick. As you can see on our handy-dandy generational chart on the left side, we're on the final branch of one half of this game's overall arcing narrative. And there's different things that happen in all of them as well. Or at least enough different things happen between them that I would feel like I've done half of a job if we hadn't gotten the full story on all of the routes. Can we drive Ren yet? We do have the submarine parts. We have to obtain... we have to obtain the airplane parts and the boat parts. I have played Star Ocean. Star Ocean 3, Till the End of Time, is probably my favorite one. That is an unpopular opinion, but I think that game is 10 out of 10. Playing Star Ocean 2? Yeah. Star Ocean 3 lets you cancel, like, normals into specials, and then cancel the specials into more specials. It's so goddamn good. Of course, what this devolves down into is doing sidekick loops, because that move is busted. But it's the fact that the game lets you. Yeah, sidekick loops are fucked up. Maria's the fun character. Do you do the aiming laser, or do you do, like, the scatter beam? There's two schools of thought on how to play that character. Oh, the Hyper Viper beam. Yeah. I like to just cancel scatter beam into scatter beam at, like, point blank range. It'll melt just about any boss. So what's next on our shopping list? Next on our shopping list is the airplane parts. I agree with you, Pete. Although, to be honest, it would be hard for any game's storyline to ruin my experience, because I'm not inherently, like, a lore guy. Like, the storyline for me, when it's really good and it's interesting, and I can get invested in that. And then even if the story's not as good, usually I don't care, because I'm trying to press buttons to begin with. Did they give a reason for why they took those out of Ren to begin with? I don't think so. Let's talk to the people here, see if they have anything else to say. Or were they taken out of Ren? Maybe they're DLC parts. Maybe they're DLC. The beam that struck the moon Azura came from a dome that is said to be a barren land of horror. So this person previously was, like, lamenting about, oh shit, we're gonna fly into the sun. They actually do have different dialogue here. They're telling us about the evil land of Terminus. But most of the other NPCs are probably gonna be the same. I think we just go straight to the satellite, yeah? You can see how little we've had to, like, manage our party on this run. Just because Sean is a healer, you can see how little we've had to do to adjust from our strat. We're going to space! Yeah, Sean Gires McHealerson. Yep. Yes, sir. Loon is very depressed? Right, gotcha. I'm with you so far. Down the stairs are the arrow parts for Rin. Use them to reach the Sky City on Frigidia. There you may find the strength to combat evil. Gotcha, gotcha. This all makes sense. Wait, I need you. Join the team. Father's too weak to fight. I must do it. We still have no, like, frame of reference for who this person is just yet. She joins the party on both of these routes, and she has one of the legendary weapons just with her. But we have no frame of reference on any of these paths who she is. Perhaps in the future, on a different path, it'll make more sense. Loon's got the same things to say. Orakio banished me here 1,000 years ago. I was in a cold sleep. I awoke and decided to take revenge. But now, I'm sorry. I regret what I've done. I'm Lane's sister. I've also been frozen for 1,000 years. When I woke up, I was kidnapped by Orakians. That made my brother more furious. We destroyed Cetera, but we're not behind the recent monster attacks. We hope you can forgive our oopsie-poopsie. Don't worry, miss. Water under the bridge. Give me those. I'm holding a lot. Force gear goes to Ren. You equip that. The Force crown. Who wears crowns? Leia wears crowns. You give that to Leia. There we go. Just some small adjustments. You make room for more escapipes. I think we're set. I think we won't need any more escapipes. We should be set for the rest of this run. This is the music you hear when you get into random battles IRL. How frequently are you getting into random battles out of curiosity? And like, who is it? Who's your opponent in that situation? I tried to escape from some low-level enemies. It's just rats, yeah. Oh, to be a plucky adventurer, hired to kill rats in a cellar for, like, a pittance of gold and perhaps a large healing potion. We should be so lucky. Sometimes the very cracks in the ground. When you're walking on the sidewalk, are you the kind of person who steps on all the cracks? Or do you make an effort not to step on them? Which one am I on right now? No, we gotta keep going this way. Running away from battle does not seem to work. We have little to gain from these dorks, but we cannot escape them either. You walk in L shapes like a chess knight. It's a good plan. Laconian gear. Yeah, we don't have much reason to try and run from fights. The escape chance is pretty low in this game. That is why there's a spell that makes it easier to escape. They planned for this all along. But it's gonna work this time. Aha! I think it always works when you ambush them, actually. Yeah, the encounter rate is pretty high, like, universally in this game. In basically any area. The way that it's frequently... Hey, it actually worked that time. The way that it's frequently offset in, like, ROM hacking of these games is they'll make the walk speed faster. And the drops will be higher. Like, they make you move roughly double the speed with the same encounter rate, so you end up going, like, twice as far. And then to compensate for getting into less fights over that same distance, the enemies will just drop more. It probably makes the whole thing smoother if you're looking for, like, less of this kind of friction. Me, though, I'm usually aiming for the friction. There's our arrow parts. Get me out of here. I'm on an absolute tear collecting important plot items. I'm on an insane tear right now. That's true of basically any old RPG, to be fair. Like, there's a lot of old RPGs that have, like, convenience-type hacks. I got no problem with those. Makes the game more accessible to folks, that's always good. Phantasy Star 1 in particular, though, definitely needs, like, an auto-mapper, and the only version of the game that has one is on the Switch. So that's the version of that I recommend. Although, in hindsight, thinking of the way some of those dungeons work, I don't even know if an auto-mapper would save you from all the other fuck shit. Now that the game is, like, fresher in my memory. I've walked into a shrine? Is that where I want to be? Hold on. Which one did I just fucking walk into? That's that one. I need to get back to... Ah, I see. I see. We gotta cut back through here. What's up, Zofar? Is that the Zofar? Can't believe it. Yeah, the pointy finger guy is pretty popular. I can think of 3 streamers that have an emo to that. Yeah, see? Give me an airstrip. I need an airstrip right now. I need to fly to New Mota. Help. I feel like the Golden Axe guys did these designs. I believe that's correct, yeah. Story goes that after Phantasy Star 2 was made, the Phantasy Star 2 team was largely whisked away to make Sonic instead. And so this game became the project of some other people entirely. And while it's very clear in the overall strangeness of the game, I think it also works to the game's advantage because the plot of the game very much has to do with all of this being disconnected. Like, we're floating through a damn ship in space way away from the Algol system. I think it all works, like, better. It works better. All this game's strangeness works to its advantage. That is my firm belief. Did I fly to Mistoke instead of New Mota? Did I fly to the wrong town? Did I? I did. I'm a dunce. I'm a dingus. Here we are. Well, first things first, this is where we spend all of our money. And we gotta fix Leia's techs. I need all of your stonks into Gi Res, please. All of them. All of your stonks. There you go. I have to agree, Organ Spider. I think this game is the most interesting one of the story because it's so out there. Yeah, we need like a muscular Reese, like altered beast guy after 2 power-ups. Yeah. I know what you mean. And we want you on Reaver. We don't need 3 people on Gi Res. That's excessive. And now is when we buy all the shit. We gotta buy all the cool stuff. Save all your money for New Mota and then never go shopping again. All of the 3rd generation, all of the shopping can be done all at once. Now here's the problem. I don't think I got that much room. Let's just start selling things, huh? I know I got, like, loads of extra garbage. Get rid of some of this. Wow, I'm filthy stinking rich. Weapon shop. Give me a Pulse Vulcan for my boy Ren. He cannot carry anything else. Pockets are positively overflowing. What are you holding? Get rid of all of this. It's dirt to me. Pulse Vulcan for my boy. Yes. There's only 2 Vulcans in the whole game. It's hard to convince me to use the single-target guns when I have such tremendous value in multi-target guns. They're unbelievably reliable. Fuck. We gotta buy armor too. Let's see. What's most imperative? Royal armor for Sean. Royal Laconian vest for Miu. Yeah, the shotgun. Protector for Ren. And then give me a robe for Leia. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Give me a Lacan fib for Leia. I don't really care what Kara's doing, I'll be honest with you. She's not gonna contribute a whole lot to the team. No, you can't equip a Trimate. Funny of you to try, though. There we go. Cool. Now we're almost ready to start collecting the remaining legendary weapons. We already have 2 of them, just because 2 of the characters already got them. Are we going for all routes? Yes. Please consult the chart in the box art to figure out where we are presently. The lore dump should all be the same. The keepers of our people is history. I'll read it again. I like the little scenes you get when you talk to these guys. We're the descendants of the people of Pal, a planet that once circled the distant star Algol. Palm was destroyed by an evil being that haunts us every 1,000 years, bringing death and ruin. So is Dark Falls one guy then? How did you sneak onto 398 different spaceships? Is he one guy? We'll never know. The people of Palma were thinkers and creators. They knew of the plans made by the evil being when the vile Dark Falls stirred 1,000 years ago. Preparations were made to escape from Palm. I guess he's a force, yeah. Maybe he can show up wherever, but he likes to hide in treasure boxes. Yeah, so that's us. We're floating by. We're floating through space on one of these spaceships. These like honeycomb spaceships. 7 different biomes. Palma is gone. Our ancestors thought they had at last escaped the clutches of the undying master of evil, but Dark Falls managed to slip aboard a ship. It destroyed all but one of our sister ships. Yeah, they are kind of Bosconian, you're not wrong. I think it was very brave of them. I think it was extraordinarily brave of them to end Phantasy Star 2 on a cliffhanger, and then in Phantasy Star 3, not only not address the cliffhanger at all, but take the entire story way the fuck out in space based on an event that happens just randomly in the middle of the game. I think that's incredibly courageous of them to do that, and I love them for it. Like that's king shit. That's king shit right there. What random side event was that setting off this game? That in Phantasy Star 2, you are imprisoned aboard the satellite Gyra, which then slams into the planet Palma, destroying the entire planet. Little did we know, at the time, that 400 Pullman spaceships had successfully escaped before the planet's destruction. You don't find that out until this game, and even then, not until close to the end of each route. We gotta talk to some old fogies here. Wait! How many escapipes do I got? I got 3 escapipes. We're chilling, never mind. Where's the 4th game in this timeline? There's a 4th game?! I'll tell you all about it when we get there. At the moment, it doesn't exist. It's only 1990. All this dialogue is the same, but I believe we must talk to them. Ancient heroes, legendary weapons. Please learn the name of power so that you can empower the legendary weapons. More importantly, we're here to get boat parts so that we can turn Ren into a boat. That would be this one? Okay. The 4th game is shockingly the 4th. It's more like it's like the 13th game, isn't it? Because you got Phantasy Star 1 and 2. You got like 8 text adventures based on Phantasy Star 2. Isn't there like 8 of those bitches? And then you got Gaiden and Adventure or whatever. So really, Phantasy Star 4, it's closer to like the 12th game or something. Are any of the legendary weapons? No, most of them are pretty useful here. All of them are generally straight upgrades. The only catch is the Nay shot, the Nay gun. It's only single target. But that's pretty much what you want by that point of the game anyway, because the enemies are hitting you so hard and you just need to get them off the screen ASAP. Where am I on this chart right now? Hold on. I'm trying to figure out where I am. This doesn't seem right. Yeah, slicers remain good throughout. This is a dead end on all sides. Let me try and figure out which dead end I'm at. I think I know where I am. Okay. I think we had to go down here. That was the misplay. There is a lot of maze walking in this, yeah. Something that I'm very thankful that certain RPGs do is on the mini-map, it'll leave like a little dotted line behind you as you walk, so that you remember what direction you just came from, because my ass be getting lost. Frequently. Yeah, that's like an unsung hero of a feature. Super unknown! Thank you for the 30 whole years. Every corner looks the same, that's true. Well, that's by design, really. All these, like, science rooms, they presumably perform some kind of another purpose aboard the ship. Apart from housing boat parts for our robot friend. Who knows? We can only assume. Pete wants a frog race as well. We're gonna do the frog race to play us out, I think. Because all we gotta do after this is go and get the legendary weapons. Where am I? Where am I right now? Hold on. Oh, I see where I am. I was supposed to go up and I went left. We just gotta back up a tiny bit. We're not, it's going all right. We just gotta back up a couple. We gotta get up that way. We gotta go up and over. There are some good orbs here, yeah. What are these emotes? Why do 3 of you have the same dog? Oh, I see. It's Tropical Punch. I see. That's very good. Your emotes are pretty strong. This is the last of the load-bearing items that must be collected before the end game can properly commence. That's the top. That's the Colosseum. That's the top. It's the Louvre Museum. How long is the end game? It's very short. You collect a couple weapons. And then you talk to the old dudes in this place that we're at right now. And we gotta talk to the old dudes at Sage Isle, and then we just go to the final dungeon. Yeah, once we get all the legendary weapons, we'll have to chat with these old men right here. They'll power them up for us. We have to take a series of long walks, though. We've gotten through this one quite a bit faster than Chris's, I would say. Mostly because the dialogue being primarily the same means we don't have to talk to the people. We can mostly just crit path all the places. Do they have the old man mustache? They don't have portraits. But we can probably assume that they do, yeah. Excuse me, sir. All right. Wow, transform, wow! Where's the airstrip? Where'd you put it? Where's the damn airstrip? Where's the airstrip? There it is. There, thank you. Why is Ren a transformer? He's a robot. He's a robot, you see. He's a transforming Robo-Man. Don't want to go to the Grandpa Dome. I know exactly what you mean. We almost got there without any fights. That'd have been huge. I agree. Love a good Robo-Man in a game. That takes us to Elysium. Then we gotta go from Elysium back to Landon. So we gotta hop on another airstrip. 7 Saga is, I think, maybe the funniest game ever made. A lot of people think that 7 Saga is a JRPG. I like to think of it as a slapstick comedy. I've never gotten so got in a game before. You'll never get more got than you can get got in 7th Saga. Let's go. Running away from battle actually working? Do RPGs get people nowadays? Probably some of them. Like, there's interesting ways to make RPGs, even turn-based ones really challenging. Now I gotta take a boat! I've been ambushed. I can't run from a fight I've got ambushed in. I must become a boat. We gotta go and let Dark Falls out, which is probably a thing you should never, ever do. Is there any reason he couldn't do this as a submarine? I don't know. Great question. We've let Dark Falls out again. All of this plays out the same, though. And then you learn the Megiddo spell, which does in fact occupy your status screen. Once we get back outside, I will show you. You cannot cast it. It is not a real tech that you can cast. It is simply a plot spell. This is the only place in the game that's got, like, the Phantasy Star 2 foreground. Have you seen my giant sword holding back an unspeakable evil? I've got bad news, friend. I've got bad news and I've got good news. The good news is, the sword's got really good stats. I can't equip that. I can equip this, though. Now we need to get to the airstrip. Fly me over this away. What's up, purr-man purring? This is... There it is. Last character has a limp when facing south. Well, we're gonna have to walk downwards a lot to get to where we're trying to get. We gotta walk all the way around the earth. Wow, there's a dinosaur! Wow. Oh, I have no idea, Perman. I saw it happen, and I'm not sure either. But I think you're fine. I think you survived. You walked in and you got a bullet wound. You have a bullet hole in your torso, and you're fine. You've survived the encounter. Yeah, there's stage hazards. You gotta watch out. There's pitfall traps. There's a lot of trap doors on this stream. Chatters just routinely like walk into them. There's 3 rats. Never seen a desert rat in my whole life. Sounds fake and made up. Where is woman? Where is woman gone? Woman? Where is desert woman? Aha! Miyun collapses. We should probably equip that, huh? Who dares? Vash Bell, thank you for the raid. You watched the Street Fighter cartoon. Noise, noise. Guile did a walk forward sonic boom. He didn't charge? It's fucked up. Yeah, Miyun is dead again. Do I think the new movie will be good? I don't know. It seems to me like it doesn't take itself particularly seriously, which is great news for me because that's how I best enjoy movies to begin with. I'm not trying to watch a damn drama. Street Fighter is so inherently silly to begin with, it makes sense to me that the movie would be. Yeah, that's about where I'm at. If anything, taking it super seriously would be, like, unfaithful to me. We've got 2 more trips to make. We gotta go to Sage Isle to get the last weapon and to get the Word of Power. And then we gotta go back to Sky Haven to power them up. And then we can go end the game. We've really, like, we hauled ass through this portion of the game. Because there wasn't that much new to see in this one, to be honest. It's largely the same stuff happening. Certain NPCs have different dialogue, but not many. And then the intro and the ending will be different, of course. But there's a lot of overlap in these two that we did. A Marvel vs. Capcom movie? Oh, man. Oh, EX Snake Strike? You talking about Rufus? Yeah. That shit did like 50%. No. My favorite thing about vanilla Street Fighter 4 is when you jump at a Sagat, and then he gets the trade DP into the, like, step kick. Why did I get on the boat? Why did I get on the boat? I don't need to... Okay. Yeah, you get trade DP into, like, Step Kick Ultra. And it's like 80%, and it's like, okay, fucking guess I'll die. My bad for trading, dude. I would have took less damage if I didn't press anything. I've been ambushed by a Dagron! Vanilla Seth's walk speed. I don't remember. I never played him. Nor do I really know anybody who played him much in vanilla. Although that would have been the best time to use him, because he had his fucking, like, yoga sniper jump heavy punch, regardless of what direction he jumped in. They realized their mistake real quick and got rid of that. Yeah, we were talking about Xbox 360 gaming earlier. Probably most of mine was spent playing Street Fighter 4 and Marvel 3. I have very fond memories of getting mega sweaty online in both of those games. Nowadays, though, I am happily washed up in video games. Or at least in fighting games, I am happily washed up. I've stumbled into some kind of cornball variety streamer build instead of putting all my points into fighting games, which I think is probably for the best. Two Drakes? They scarcely fit on the screen. Talk to Siren. The Layans are not our real enemies. I'm sorry for my mistake. Immediately dies of cringe. Thank you for the gun, though. I need you to give that to Ren, but I don't want Ren to equip that, because I want Ren to keep his cool gun for a bit. Why do Robot have hair? Don't worry about it. Personally, I think it's really cool when robots have some kind of, like, a cloak. For as much as, you know... No, we don't need the Escapipe yet. There's two bits of business here. We're at Sage Isle right now, and we have the 5th legendary weapon, but we haven't spoken to the sages to learn the word of power that will activate them. Those are also here. What was I about to say? For as much as Mega Man X Command Mission has, you know, divided opinions about it, I think it's like the fucking energy scarf that X has in that game. It's like the sickest shit ever. Yeah, Spider, aka Redips. No relation, of course. Who else has an energy scarf? Strider Hiryu has an energy scarf. In the, like, most recent one. It's a 10 out of 10 design concept. It'll be cool every time. Oh, that's true, Pete. Yeah. I should play those at some point. Like on stream, I mean. I've played them before. So what's left for this year for me? Let me think. Whilst I obtain the Word of Peace, or the Word of Power to make my weapons gooder, we're gonna wrap this up. Ideally, we're gonna wrap this up tomorrow. We've got 3 more routes to do. I don't know if I'll be able to stream on Friday because there's a lot of, like, Christmas shit happening. And I don't know. I might be busy. I might be preoccupied. We got Snatcher on Christmas Eve, and probably also the day before Christmas Eve, which I think is what? Check's calendar. That would be Tuesday and Wednesday, which means maybe we do something else on Monday, and then probably the last thing we'll do is Phantasy Star 4, and then I'm gonna hibernate for like a month like I usually do. We got some streams left to do, but not many. So I don't mind going long, because it's going to be a while. There's going to be a long period of time where you don't see me. Where am I going from here? Hold on. I'm in Aquatica, right? Sage is land. Yeah, okay, we just walk all the way across. Yeah, Phantasy Star 4 will probably be the last thing we do this year. Just because of, like, what days things have to fall on and how much time we have left in terms of streaming. It is called Phantasy Star 4, The End of the Millennium. So, you know, the finality is implied in the title. There's a bunch of cool Sega Ages stuff on PS2, yeah. The Phantasy Star collection on there fucking rules. Because it's got, like, fast forward, it's got faster walk speed, it's got higher EXP, all without actually having to ROM hack anything. Why does it feel like it should still be 2024? 2025 sounds more futuristic than 2026. Do you agree? I can't explain what that means, but you get it. The most futuristic number is 7. I don't think that's up for debate. So 2027 that's going to be like flying cars and shit. That's when that's going to go down. It's quarter century. You can't say that. It's true, but you can't say that, man. And then here, we gotta walk all the way across. Back to Snowland. The Dino Season 7 finale. I'm not a finale guy. Whenever the last Dino stream happens, and it's not gonna be anytime soon, so you don't gotta worry about it, it's gonna feel like a regular stream. I'm not gonna make a big deal out of it. Yeah, that's probably how that's gonna work. But that's fine. That's not gonna be anytime soon.
Welcome to the Fantasy Zone. Get ready.
Tapiri Nap, thank you for the follow. Games were better back in 2025. Kid from 2035. Did I walk over too far? Oh, I'm on the wrong end of this entirely. I gotta circumnavigate the river. Hey, Benny, looks like you're on the wrong side of the river. That's the only line I remember from The Mummy. I don't know why that one line has stuck with me more than anything else that happens in that film. Sean is dead. Oh, the extremely rarely heard protagonist is dead overworld theme. Extremely rarely heard music. Only plays when the protagonist is dead on the overworld. He's back, baby. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, the protagonists, all of them are cracked. Like, they're incredibly well-rounded characters. They're not likely to die. But sometimes you just get, sometimes you get one-tapped by a dinosaur. That's just how it goes sometimes. Yeah, you have a little Dino Crisis. No relation. I should play Dino Crisis 2. I love how much of an arcade game it is. Like, they really made Dino Crisis 1 like Resident Evil with dinosaurs. And then after that, they were like, you know what? Fuck it. It's a dinosaur action arcade game. And they were right. They were right to do that. Yeah, there's like 3 of them, DT. 4 if you count that other one that isn't called that. Isn't there a 3rd one in space? Or did I imagine that? Why is that in my brain? There is. Okay, thank you. I thought I was taking crazy pills for a split second. I was positive there was a Dino Crisis 3 in space. This is our last trip before the end. Mosey on over to an airstrip. Jason X, I forgot that movie existed, man. I completely forgot. Is a TVC space stage from Dino Crisis? I I don't think so. I don't know, to be honest. Every stage that I didn't recognize in TVC, I assumed it was a Tatsunoko stage, because I haven't watched any of those. The only Tatsunoko thing I think I have seen is Speed Racer, and he wasn't even in that damn game. I wouldn't mind, like, an F-Zero style Speed Racer game. It'd be pretty PM. It's a long walk to these old men to power up our weapons. Who dares? Lord Shadrock. Thank you for the raid, how are things? We're at the end of the second of 4 third-generation characters' storylines in Phantasy Star 3. I like that we never equipped boots on this character. We just never... never bothered to. It's fine. Take the Nay bow. And then give Kara the Nay slicer. I never bought you another slicer, huh? I completely forgot to do that. Let's go do that. Out of curiosity, do I have any escapipes left? Can I escapipe out of this? No, okay. This is a safe screen. You're not allowed to teleport to it. You're not allowed to teleport to the start of a safe screen. I guess she probably doesn't care. Yeah, she's a cyborg. Yeah, he don't. On the other hand, even with 2 slicers, Kara was not contributing that much to combat anyway. We might just fly right there. We might just fly straight to it. You should play F-Zero Climax, Vashbell. F-Zero Climax for the Game Boy Advance. That game is amazing. It's very good. All right. Well, we have to take a pit stop to save anyway, so I guess we do go back to New Moda. I guess we go back to New Moda by a Schleicher. Because we have to save somewhere. Where do I do this? There you are. I guess I do buy you one. Planer slicer, there you go. And this will be pretty easy compared to previously because we got 2 healers this time. This shit is gonna be cake. This is not a difficult game. I'm sure you've noticed the way that I autopiloted through this entire character's storyline. We autopiloted this whole route. Boots for Mew, I can't be bothered. Sean is level 8. We had gotten Chris up to level 9. We didn't even get there. We didn't even get to 9. He's doing it for the feet guy. I can't do anything for the feet guys. Come on now. My career wouldn't survive that. All we need is the last warp. We need the last, like, warp shrine. It'll take us right to it. Every dungeon in this game is 2 floors. Now that I'm thinking about it, thinking about what we've done so far, like, at most 2 floors. There'll be, like, a castle on the top with a dungeon underneath. It makes navigating areas much smoother. Although your walk speed is pretty bad. We've got a cripplingly slow walk speed. But I guess that was also true in Phantasy Star 2. In fact, the only one in the original series where you don't walk slow is the 4th game. But that doesn't exist yet. It's only 1990 at the moment. More on this story as it develops. Take me to the evil floating city of Lachute, please. We're in. Yeah, sure is good to be here in 1990. I was not alive in 1990, so... Excuse me, miss, you're kind of blocking... She's kind of blocking the path. I need her to shimmy over one. Like, in any direction. It's because she's evil, true. I need you to shimmy in any direction, please. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was born in 92, yeah. I was not alive when this game came out. We can probably spend most of Sean's MP healing here. Is this the right way? This feels right. We can probably spend most of Sean's MP on healing, because we're gonna need him to be fighting once we actually get there. So if we spend his, that's more that we can save for the other people. And even this final dungeon is pretty small. You got this outside bit, and then you have one last, like, space tube. And that's it. Not gonna pretend you were an 80s kid. I also was not alive in the 80s. I will not claim to know what the 80s were like. I only have a warped view of what the 80s were like, from things designed to evoke the 80s, except I don't know how accurate they are, because I wasn't there. So I'll take their word for it, I guess. Nicotine tar. Now that I believe. 100%. Excuse me, miss. Excuse me. Thank you. When did they invent color? I guess that's my question. When did color come out? Because it seems like the planet Earth was in monochrome for a while. And then pictures started being in color, which is, I assume, when color was invented in real life. Up until that point, everybody was living in black and white. Must have been a nightmare to use crayons. Wizard of Oz invented color. That's probably true. Roman mosaics in color? I pretend I do not. I pretend I do not see it. My comedy bit is bulletproof, I'm afraid. Too pixelated to be viewable. Miss when the world was 122p. Miss when the world looked like a Guilty Gear XX accent core combo video from like the same year YouTube came out, and you can't see shit. It's either that or the Hokuto no Ken game, which has equally low quality videos. I sure am Metal Max Howard. We're at the end of this one, though. We're strolling on over to the final boss right now. No, the PS2 one. Well, I guess it's the arcade fighting game, but... But it's got a PS2 one. It's very good. It's probably the funniest fighting game ever made. Are we on the 8th or the 9th? We're on the 4th one right now. If we look at our handy-dandy chart up near the box art, you'll see that we're about to conclude the left half of the generational timeline chart. So ideally, we can bang out the entire right side tomorrow. But we might have to start early to make that happen. We might have to start a little earlier. I don't know. If I randomly go live like an hour or two earlier, don't blame me for not telling you. I'm telling you now. Of course, a lot of people aren't here, so they're not going to know. But that's fine. I've already put my alibi in place. I'll be here at 5 a.m. That's a good idea. have a silly little saunter over to the final boss. Although there's another boss in the way. Goddamn. Leia's Gi-Rez is on 26. Don't be ambushing me with that. Don't be doing that. Kara looks pissed, yeah. We don't really know who she is, though. At least on either of the storylines we've done. She's here, she showed up. We went to the satellite moon and she was here and she's like, let me join you. And we said, okay. Perhaps this will make more sense later on as we explore the other options in this video game. No matter which side you do first, there's always going to be something that makes no sense to you, and you gotta play all the routes to get the full sense of what's going on. That's pretty much just it, yeah. You look like you can hold this legendary slicer. I just so happen to have a legendary slicer with your name on it. No rappies in here, yeah. Yeah, no Boomas. No Hildebears. It's my bedtime? When was this established? You might be right, though. But also, it's only 9 p.m. where I am right now. It ain't that late. I mean, it's late, but it ain't that late. My heart went black 1,000 years ago, when my family died in the war. Dark Force owns my soul, and he shall own yours. I like that he's flanked by 6, like, silly puffballs. I'm a big fan. Okay, so he's immediately beat the shit out of me. Miyu is in, like, grave danger right now. Miyu might be dead next turn. Which is funny, because she's the one with the revival magic. We'll try to do a double Gi-Rez and see if we can unfuck this. Okay, we got there. It all worked out. Continue beating him with sticks. Beat him to death with hammers. Ow. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, his legs go all the way up. This is mostly the Ren show, because Ren has an absurdly powerful gun. Miyu is dead? We'll just fix that later. We'll fix that in a bit. There we go. You freed me. Destroy Dark Foes. He is dead, finally. He is at peace. Right. I need you to pick yourself up with this Reaver spell. No. Successfully. Alright. That's better. Thank you. You know, just a suggestion to cast the spell successfully. The final science tube. She would have made it if she had boots. It was that it was the few points of extra defense that she could have had I see what you're saying. That was the misplay. I mean, I really can't prove you wrong. It might be right. Sean is almost dead. I would prefer y'all die before I die. Thank you, I appreciate that. Cool, cool. I'm making a crazy beeline right now. No, we go right one, and then we go down. Here we are. The final boss is in a box. Again. He was in a box in Phantasy Star 2. He was not the final boss of that video game, but he was still in a silly box. There he is. What's up, Tech Sweeney? The final box, yeah. I don't think he's trapped in the box. I think he chose to go in the box. Yeah, who would have thought we'd beat this video game twice today? Alright, step one, kill the right arm. This right arm has to go ASAP. I'm gonna have you just do a fucking preemptive gi-res. Everybody aim at the right arm, please. Which one's the real Lavos? In this case, the right arm is the one that can heal him. We need it to disappear. I need this right arm dead. I think we got it. Okay, right arm is down. That's half the battle. I mean, the rest of this we can pretty much autopilot if we just have Leia do gi-res every turn. This should solve itself. Although I should probably still aim at the hand. That way I'm not getting hit twice per turn. Get the other hand gone. And then you're just gonna do gi-res till you can't do gi-res no more. Ow. And then this is just autopilot at this point. There's not a damn thing he can do. Ow. The damage is quite high. I take it back. Right. We'll have Sean do a heal as well. How did the box fit this guy? It's a good question. Ow. Never mind, I lost a bunch of people. Oh, I think we got that hand gone. Give me a Reaver on Leia. Although, that might not work, actually. Let me think. Hold on. Let me just consume a Trimate. That'll be more effective for what I need right now. Where's my baggie? Thank you. It's all Trimates, baby. Your spells are not super helpful. Although I wonder if Nasak can actually bring everybody else back to life. Let's test that. No, it only hits the people that are alive. Okay, fair enough. That's fair, that's fair. You don't have anything helpful? Kara's down? Right, okay. Let me think. Yeah, the 2v1. I mean, we still have a reverse spell that we could cast. The chance of it working would be pretty slim, but you could give it a go. Let's try it. See if we can pick anybody back up. Ideally, it'd be Mew. And then Ren might be on healing duty for a sec. Lamau. We got Mew back up. That solves the whole problem, really. Now we can just reaver everybody else. First try, easy. Nah, I'm back, baby. It's too late. Let me pull myself out of this hole I've dug. Oh, we're back. We're ripe as rain, baby. Same as it ever was. We still gotta be careful, though. Leia's in grave danger. It was 3 for 3, but, like, Miyu has all of her points into it. I'm gonna preemptively cast this on Leia. Just assuming she's gonna die. Fair enough. Oh, nobody died. You attacked Ren. You've positively wasted your turn, I'm afraid. He's got like 8,000 HP, so we still got some work to do. I think we'll be fine. We can just have Leia do Gi-Rez every turn. There shouldn't be a way that he ever overcomes this, but he almost did already. There we go. That one got a little hairy. I regret only smashing one moon. Never fear, I'll return again in 1,000 years. You'll be dead, but I'll visit your descendants. It'll be a merry reunion all around, I promise. Dark Force disappears. See you in 1,000 years, bozo.
Well done, Turner.
Thank you. And then, yeah, this part always plays out the same.
Well
City
done,
destroyed. Yeah, not the children. You know, there were people living in this city.
Let's go.
We knocked down the whole city, which that's all well and good, but, like, there's people living in there. They can probably rebuild. I mean, they fell into the ocean, so maybe not. Alright, here's the bit that's different per character. Look! A spaceship that's just like ours! It must be the other surviving spaceship we found the Neopalm. That spaceship is sending us a message. Hello, Alyssa 3. This is the spaceship Neopalm. That explosion earlier attracted our attention. We guessed that Dark Force had arisen again. They're gonna crash into each other at this rate. And we came over to lend any help you needed. Nah, don't worry, I locked in. Don't you worry. Since you're still here, we assume you've won. We sure did, sir. In 1,000 years, Dark Falls will arise again. Let's get rid of it for good next time. So that's cool, you actually get to meet the other ship. You meet the other ship in that route, that's cool. Now, we didn't actually land on a planet to fulfill our original, like, escape mission. But maybe the both of them go on to do that. We can only wonder. Roger Arm. It's a good name. Are they gonna hook up? Maybe they'll combine into a 14-domed, like, super ship. One of them is gonna flip upside down, and they're gonna, like, dock. That's what's gonna happen. Burroughs 400. Alright, we do have one last frog race to do. So, what have we got left? We've got about this much left. We've got one more character to play as in Gen 2, and 2 more characters to play as in Gen 3. And we're going to try to do all of that tomorrow. The stream might have to start early in order to make all of that happen. But we're going to try. We're going to try. It's going to be a chunky one. We got a lot to cover. We've been on for 7.5 hours, and we're still not done. Let me make sure I still have my Gen 1 save state. We have our Gen 1 save state, right? Okay, yeah, that's this one, where you marry either Maya or Lena. We'll have to marry Lena next time. Before we get out of here, we have one last frog race for the road. Place your bets! This will be the last thing we do today. Yeah, there might be an early start. It might be an hour. It might be 2 hours. It depends on how long I perceive what is left to be. That's Frog from Race. Not to be confused with the frog from Race called Frog from Race. Okay, this turned out to be a very evenly split bet. 29, 25, 25, 22. Wait a minute. Isn't that 101%? Which one of you motherfuckers added an extra percent? Alright. Best of luck, everybody. Don't worry about it. Frog number 4 closest to the line. Stops a little short! Joey Jojo wins the race. Super Froggy 064 second. Frog 3rd place. Neo Deadly Frog in 4th. But pay it out to Joseph. Joseph, they call him. Frog number 4. 217,000 new yen given to 12 lucky winners. Congratulations, everyone. / my condolences, everyone else. Alright, we gotta get out of here. You made bank? Let's go. Tomorrow, this video game perishes. We're going to finish this game tomorrow. That's my promise to you. But we might have to start a little early. But thank you for watching. Thank you for sticking around. Where can we raid? It's 9:30 p.m. My usual raid targets are not, like, live. Wait, Schupert's on.
Thank you.
I could throw you at Schupert. I gotta raid Schupert before Schupert raids me. Go over there. Schupert is an orange. Throw scoots at him. Throw rack attacks at him. Throw corn. Throw poop butts at him.
Thank you.
I don't know. Do what you want. I'll see you all tomorrow for the finale of this video game. Thank you for watching. Until next time. Bye-bye.